Now I'm on. Ooh. Okay. We're going to start here in just a minute. For those of us joining online, this is the first sessions of the day, so people are waking up and filing in, so we're going to give it just a minute. Join us.
I did.
Are you seeing them all?
I've seen. Thank you so much.
We've all left her.
Ditched.
She came looking for us personally, giving us hugs.
Hi. I'm just like, hi. I know you're about to leave, but don't leave
I was
without.
actually going elsewhere. But you know the way you spoke to us yesterday?
I'm Moira.
Oh, sorry, sorry. I'm Catherine.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Really
yeah.
appreciate your time. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I think they were all colleagues.
No, we were, in fact, not we were all colleagues. Yeah, we were all colleagues, yeah? Of the Web Foundation. She's saying we were all colleagues, and yes, we were. We were all,
One day.
yeah, I until Wednesday,
We're still kind of
until October. We are still colleagues.
broader in the bunch.
We are, yeah. So I'll sit and watch my colleagues.
So much.
Good to see you. But it's good to see you. I'll even sit here to make
Okay. Okay.
Scoot up. Join us. Of the day, and we're in a big room, so we expect people to be joining us, but yeah, we're going to start here in about a minute. think we're streaming, and I think we have a group here, so I will get us started. My name is Moira Whalen. I am the Director of Democracy and Technology at the National Democratic Institute, and I'd like to welcome you to our panel, which is sponsored by Policy, which we are thrilled to be here and be partnering with them on, enabling a safe internet for women and girls. And before I introduce our panel and our discussion, I have to tell you, this conversation was conceived of months ago in Brussels when a group of us were at another internet conference, and we really found a gap. We really didn't hear this conversation happening, and it bothered us. So we stood around, we came up with the idea to have a conversation about gender and women and girls and digital safety. And we've been heartened, I think, to come to IGF and see that here on the last day, after kicking off first with Kat's session in the Web Foundation, we've had a full week of conversation about this issue and the best practices forum that we will all be going to later in the day. It's very promising that we are actually going to realize some real progress and real successes on this issue. The amount of energy and thought and research coming from civil society has been tremendous, and I think we can all take that with us. So I wanted to kind of kick us off with that understanding today because, what we really want to talk about are next steps. What do we do? What is the progress? What is it going to take to make an online environment safe for women and girls? And joining us today, I have a panel of incredibly impressive women. The Honorable Neema Lugangara, who is a member of parliament in Tanzania. We also are joined by Anika Makwakwa, who is with the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. Irene Mwendwa. Did I do it, Irene?
Yes, you did.
We've been practicing. And Kat Townsend, Irene is with Policy, and Kat Townsend, who is with the Web Foundation. And we're going to kick off our conversation today, just so people can follow along. We first want to hear from the Honorable Lugangira, who is going to outline for us her perspective on being a woman in politics and both the extra challenges that poses for her digital experience, as well as the opportunities that she is empowered with being a member of parliament and the steps we can take to address this issue. We'll do that, and then we'll move to our panelists, who will also give interventions, and then we'll move to a discussion. Before I do that, I did want to use the floor to give a bit of attention to what brought NDI to this conversation. Summarizing our event today will be my colleague Sandra Pepera, who's joining us remotely. And she leads our gender team. And between the technology and the gender team, we really experienced and we're seeing globally that this was becoming a challenge. A lot of NDI's typical work is training women who are candidates, who are running for office. And no matter where we looked, the online abuse was the #1 deterrent to women deciding to participate in public life. And for us, that is a fundamental threat to democracy. So we've done a lot of work to identify hate speech, to do lexicon research, to take steps to make women safe online. But what we wanted to do is we went back to those women globally and convened 8 focus groups around the world with 100 political women. We came up with a list of interventions. We tested those interventions with tech experts, with governance experts, and we came up with a list of about 24. And they're here. You can find them online at ndi.org. And we really view this as the menu of options because each political situation is different. But we also look at it as this isn't just a tech problem. This is a political parties problem. This is a parliamentary problem. That there are many ways that we can work together to address it. And civil society, obviously, although I have to say the civil society interventions, civil society is doing every one of the things that can be done and are really ahead of the curve. So now our next step is Irene joined us on a trip where we went around, we talked to stakeholders like UN Women, we talked to tech companies, and we presented these ideas and asked for their help and their partnership in addressing these challenges. Now we're here. We will also, many of the same actors will be guiding us through to CSW in March, was the UN Committee on the Status of Women, which will look at technology as a major issue. So, and we're also supporting the Global Partnership to End Online Violence Against Women in Politics, which is a US-led initiative, but with 9 global governments at this point, an advisory group to begin addressing this issue from a political standpoint. So we really are feeling like the stars are aligning and that there is opportunity for change. Like I said, for NDI, this means that this is a game changer for democracy, and that we can have more women involved in politics, because we all win when 50% of the global community feel empowered to fully participate in their own political life. So with that, I want to turn it over to the Honorable Lugangira to start us off just with your perspective on your experience as well as where you see the opportunities.
Thank you very much. First of all, good morning, everyone. As introduced, I'm Nima Lugangira, Member of Parliament in Tanzania, but also Chairperson of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. We have about 30 plus members from 24 plus African countries. And I'd like to recognize in the room my colleague, Honorable Susan Dossi from Malawi. So where do I start? First of all, I have been active online prior to being a parliamentarian. So November was 2 years since I became a parliamentarian in November 2020. And the first experience is the totally opposite sides of how one is treated online when you're a leader vis-a-vis when you're not. So I used to be active online, post about my work, doing policy advocacy, etc. Almost zero abuse. Suddenly, I'm a member of parliament. I post the same things I used to post, enormously incredible amount of abuse. So to me, that was the first shocker, whoa, okay. So it's as if, I guess for women, the more public you are, it's kind of a norm that then you become a target, an easy target. That's number one. But then the other issue is there is this notion that because you're in politics, you should not raise it. So the moment I started addressing it online, saying that this is abuse, then you get more abuse for raising it. It intensifies. And I remember there was one time I raised it in Parliament. So sometime last year, asking our Minister of ICT to look into this issue, particularly for women in politics. Because I aspire to have so many of my female colleagues to be online, but they don't want to be online. And when I would ask them why, it's all because of the abuse. And the day that I said that in Parliament, I think I got, for a whole week, the most abuse I've ever got, saying, you women are crying, you want favors, you want this. And I'm like, it's not that. Now, the biggest challenge that a lot of people don't talk about is this issue of freedom of expression. So the abuse that is being thrown at us is being pegged around this notion that it's people expressing their freedom of expression. And when I call it out as a politician, as a legislator, then I'm told as a legislator, you want to limit people's freedom of expression. And when a female politician is being attacked and abused online, not even the women human rights activists come to their defense. No one comes to their defense, and this is a fact. No one. So it's as if society has accepted that women in politics should be abused. It comes with the job title. They tell us that when you decided to get into politics, you knew what you signed up for. Or they tell us that you politicians just like to be praised, you don't like to be critiqued. Then I ask myself, what is criticism? Criticism is if I raise an issue and you don't accept the issue, let's have an argument or a debate on the issue, on the agenda. But when you shift from the agenda to my gender, that no longer is criticism. That is no longer freedom of expression. That is plain right abuse. So I personally have an issue when we're pushing for freedom of expression, we forget the other side of the coin. That you shouldn't use your freedom of expression to make me not use my own freedom of expression. Because as a result, what's happening now, women leaders are choosing to self-censor. How are we self-censoring? We're deciding not to be online. Then when we're not online, what does that do to our visibility? The public in which we're leading then assumes women leaders are not doing anything because we're not visible. The cheapest and easiest way for us to gain that visibility is by being online. But if I'm not able to be online because of the abuse, what happens to my visibility? So this goes against even the efforts of the likes of NDI, trying to get more women into leadership, more women into politics. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because the online space is not friendly for us. If I'm a member of parliament, supposedly, with the power that I have and the access that I have, but I get abused online to the level of being belittled to almost being nothing, and there is nothing I can do about it. What do you think that young girl who is aspiring to become a politician, that young woman who is aspiring to become a politician, will they want to become a politician? And unfortunately, the easiest target is to sexualize us. Make us seem as if we're there because we slept with this one, that one, and the other. Make us seem that we're there because we did A, B, C, D. And when it's written online with all the graphicness, the people in my community who voted for me, they're going to believe it. Am I going to be able to go around defending myself to everybody? Chances are no. So you find even the re-election of women leaders gets impacted. Because in our African community, the worst thing you can do for a woman is peg them sleeping around. I have a personal experience. One time, there's a picture I took with an older man, and he's very well known in politics, very influential, outside our parliament. And you can see, this is the parliament, and this is the parliament door. And I made a contribution in a few weeks later, I made a contribution in parliament calling for our government to look at the issue of nutrition for youngsters. Because of the way they're eating, there's a lot of infertility, etc., etc. So what did people do? They went to look for that photo, and it was a whole week of abuse that this is what women MPs are doing in Dodoma, that's where our parliament is, busy going around with men, older men. It was like non-stop, to the point that I remember when I got home, my son asked me, "Mom, can you quit being an MP? Is it possible to quit?" And I didn't understand why was he asking. Then I asked him, "Why are you asking? Like, where's that coming from?" And then he told me, because people in school have been sending me this, people are saying this about you, maybe you can just resign. So you can imagine the impact it goes to the point of the kids, to the point of the family. But unfortunately, nobody talks about it. Even when I talk about online abuse on women, it ends with journalists. So what you asked, what am I trying to do? So what I'm trying to do is to make a lot of noise to elevate that online abuse on women in politics needs attention because it's detrimental to the democratic space and the participation of women. And I met with the UN Tech Envoy yesterday, and I expressed that UN Women is not carrying this issue of online abuse on women in politics as it should. We're talking about GBVs, gender-based violence. I need to see online abuse being clearly stated as one of the GBVs, which at the moment it isn't. And I think until we can recognize online abuse as a gender-based violence, it will elevate even us when we raise it. Because at the moment we're raising it, but it's like, you people are just crying for favors and whatnot. So to sum up, I'm very pleased that we're having this platform, but the impact of online abuse on women in politics, even what I'm sharing here is just the tip of the iceberg. We have 143 women parliamentarians in Tanzania, less than 10% are online. In the African Parliamentary Network that we have right now, we can ask my colleague there if she's online. They don't want to be online because of the abuse. Then what does it do? And we're all trying to preach gender inclusion. How are you going to get gender inclusion if your female legislators are not online? Because you need your female legislators to be on the same side with you to achieve that gender inclusion, that digital gender inclusion. But if we are not able to be online, then who are you advocating for? I end there. Thank you.
Well, I think we can all end there. No, it's incredibly powerful, and thank you very much for sharing that experience. In making a lot of noise, it's also a very personal experience, so we appreciate your courage in being in the legislature and also telling your story. I want to start then with Irene and come to you. And, you know, policy brought us here together today. So when we see experiences like the Honorable that she is having, how do a group of feminist techies help and contribute to making the online environment safer for women and girls?
Thank you very much, Honorable Nima, for being candid with us and for being candid with all the online users here today, because I believe most of you have online, you have accounts online and you see this happening. And just to start us off, Moira is feminist techies take these issues very, very seriously, and we try and provide solutions together with others in very many different ways. At Policy, the one thing we do, and which is part and parcel of our approach, is research. To be able to better inform our governments, to be able to inform the platforms themselves to act fast, they need the evidence. So against the 2021 general election in Uganda, we're able to conduct a research on how women politicians, specifically candidates, how they were using social media, because unfortunately, due to COVID, they were asked to really find other ways of conducting campaigns, which is not physical campaigning, and therefore it required and made most of them to go and engage online and virtually. So they held Zoom, you know, they used Zoom, they used WhatsApp communities, WhatsApp groups, they used Facebook groups, they used, you know, Twitter spaces, they used so many avenues to engage with their communities. And what happened is that we conducted a study and we found that whenever women leaders were abused online, of course they felt discouraged one time. Second time, they felt further discouraged. And up to the third, fourth time, they left the platform altogether. What does this mean to your male opponent? He will continue to engage and thrive and include the community to vote for them. And this affected how women politicians in Uganda were campaigning against their male counterparts. We were able to conduct that research. I've shared it on the Zoom link, but I'm able to share with everyone. It's called Amplified Abuse. And from that, we were also able to engage directly with some of the women officials, about 20 of them, to ask them, are these findings true? And what would you want feminist techies, as Moira is saying, and organizations like ourselves in Uganda and others, what would you like for you to engage better online against the next election? Because you still need to use and employ these digital platforms. And they told us, we know how to use some of these platforms, but there remains challenges. But also we hear that there are ways that we can improve our engagement online. What are some of these ways to better improve ourselves? And we were able to co-create a program dubbed Vote Women Program, where we upskill elected women officials from the local government level to national levels to understand these digital platforms first, because if they understand these digital platforms, they'll be able to use them better. They'll be more confident, they'll be able to engage their communities to even come on board and use them better, and they'll be able to share with fellow women politicians to use these digital platforms. This far, we have been able to train about 40 to 50 elected women officials in Uganda and Tanzania, alumni seated next to me, together with about 5 other women MPs and about 40 local government level women leaders. They've been able to share and build a community and share and say, yes, they're abusing us, but we can use some of the tools online to report. We can use the tools online to get ahead, because we still need to use these platforms. The other thing we are going into in the next phase is to see, because you'll be doing your campaign trails as a woman leader, because you'll be engaged in so many things in your day-to-day activities, are you able to hire social media managers, or are you able to use tools that are available online to better communicate? Because there are tools, you can schedule messages. You know this, isn't it? So we continue to engage them to use already available technologies to advance themselves online, to continue to engage online, and this way they build their digital resilience as opposed to leaving the platforms altogether. And then we also encourage them to build peer-to-peer communities, as Honorable Nima is saying. They need to talk to one another. They need to continue encouraging one another so that they can be able to get ahead some of these challenges they face online. The third approach we use is we talk to the platforms themselves. Trust and safety teams at Twitter, the trust and safety teams, and the public policy teams at Meta, Google, and we ask them, how can you help elected women officials? And one of the ways that we've been directly engaged is that Executive Director and Policy sits on the Global Safety Advisory for the Meta, and we are able to give direct input that are very localized to the African context. And also we're able to have that direct contact and tell them this is what's happening. Because what happens is Honorable Nima can come to us and tell us, what are you doing about this policy? How can I navigate this? Other influential women leaders who are not necessarily elected officials also approach us and tell us, how can we address some of these challenges we're experiencing from Senegal, from different countries in Africa? And we're able to really speak directly to these platforms, put the reports together, put all the evidence together in a very organized manner so that they can be able to address. Because at the end of the day, we know that there are people who sit in these platforms who are responsible in to work with civil societies and to work with influential women leaders. So I'd encourage everyone in this room, do not let the buck stop with the work that you do. Try and build relationships and partnerships with these platforms themselves. Try and build relationships with governments to better improve your data protection acts or legislation or frameworks that can enable women leaders, both elected and just influential women, use this legislation to seek redress even in our courts of law. You know, she said she engaged the Ministry of ICT directly to be able to better improve services and engagement for elected women officials. So I see that as a very big opportunity for people in this room to really form those partnerships with governments, to continue to build better policies and to create room for women leaders to engage and share how we can improve the platforms all together. Thank you, Moira.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to switch it up slightly and first go to Annika, because I think we've heard the point about even getting women to become politicians, right? There's a lot of activity that happens even before then, where girls, their participation, they're self-censoring their participation. And I'd love for you to talk about that. And then Kat, after that, we'll go straight into you maybe to talk about the Web Foundation's work and also the kind of global connectivity and the global partnerships that you're fostering.
There we go. Thank you so much for that. Wow, I'm usually talking about inclusion from an access point of view, but part of why we developed the meaningful connectivity framework was so that we can understand also what's impacting that slow access for women and girls, but also what happens beyond access, because it's not good enough that we just want people to have access, but it's important to also understand that they need to remain safe in those moments of them being able to access the internet. The example that Honorable Nima gave about her son asking her to quit is actually an excellent one that I'm going to pin my comments on. And that is a realization that online abuse of women actually has an impact on those women, but it also has an impact on the next generation, and that is the girls who are observing this kind of abuse and learning at an early age that this is not a safe space to be in or a desirable place to participate in, which then means that we stand a chance of eroding a lot of the benefits and gains we've made on advancing women in a lot of sectors if we now have a platform and a space where women and girls are seeing examples that being successful, being a leader, is not a good thing. So there's a lot of work here for very many sectors, but I'm going to focus mainly on government because that's kind of what, in some of the work that we've been doing around policy, we've been looking at. There is the same way that we have criminalized catcalling women in the streets, touching them inappropriately, we need to understand that the same kind of behavior is exactly what the women are experiencing online. And so there's a need for an updating of legislative frameworks and our criminal laws to actually include this kind of behavior and criminalize it as it should be. It is nothing more than just sexism and based on misogyny and a very toxic way in which we've allowed males in particular to interact in society. So in a space like this, we've accepted that this kind of behavior is unacceptable, and governments need to also take the lead in making sure that that same behavior that is expected of us here also permeates to the online spaces. But it doesn't just end there, because, for example, South Africa has one of the latest, and I've heard a lot of people say really wonderful things about our cyber crimes law. But I will tell you that while we have the latest cyber crimes law that is so progressive, including criminalizing revenge pornography and those kinds of issues, we also have a law enforcement professionals who don't understand the bill and don't know how to enforce it. So there is a huge amount of public education that we need to embark on. The same way when we decided that every car driver had to wear a seatbelt because it was safe for them. There was a role for government, there was a role for car manufacturers, and there was a role for society, and there was public education all across. And that's exactly what we need now. That we don't need to argue about whether this is acceptable or not. It is basically just a microcosm of our society. We've accepted that it's not acceptable to treat women like this in public spaces. This is another public space, And so we need to make fitting laws and educate everyone about their role to make sure that we are enforcing this. And this is important. Why? Because, first of all, just from a basic human right point of view, women have a right to safety. They have a constitutional right to safety like everyone else and in all the spaces. But secondly, and this is an argument I really don't like, but sadly it's the one that governments tend to listen to the most, there is a financial cost to the exclusion of women in digital development. Governments are losing close to $1 trillion in women not participating in the digital economy, because they're not going to just select not to participate on one particular platform alone. We know that even in platforms such as Instagram, where women try to sell their wares, their accounts are also violated through hijacking and people posting things that are undesirable and off-brand to them. It's another form of violence. So we've done a lot of work, I think, in understanding how online violence manifests itself, the different ways in which it manifests itself, and we need to continue to add to that, because this hijacking of accounts, for example, is a new way that these folks are using to silence women online. However, understanding that is good. Developing policies, we have to implement. We have to criminalize this kind of behavior. We have to also criminalize the people who enable the behavior. And I'll give you an example. We had a woman politician in South Africa about 3 weeks ago who had a gentleman, well, I don't know if I can call him a gentleman by his behavior. Anyway, we had a man who was extorting her and released a sex tape of her onto Twitter, which is a criminal offense, punishable by up to 3 years in prison. She shouldn't even have to open a case. The police should know exactly what to do in order to deal with that situation and add extortion charges. But also, it's the people who are resharing the video in a jurisdiction where they know very well that this is criminal, that we need to actually communicate zero tolerance for this kind of behavior. There's a role obviously for platforms, but there's a role also for us as citizens, how we participate and enable and observe this kind of behavior, that we must absolutely have a responsibility. The same way that seatbelt campaigns focused on children. So when you get in your car, your kids tell you, "Mommy, put on your seatbelt." We need that same kind of approach, where it's a whole of society approach, from government officials to citizens, to also a unique role for private sector, which I'm sure Kat will touch on. So I will leave it at this point and pass it on to Kat.
Thank you so much, Annika. Thank you, Honorable Nima. Thank you, Irene, and thank you, Moira, for bringing us, well, Irene for bringing us in, and Moira for leading this discussion. And thank you all for joining today. It's just an honor to be here on this panel. So my name's Kat Townsend. I'm currently leading a policy team at the World Wide Web Foundation. So I can speak a bit about the partnerships that we've gotten involved in. But I just want to take a step back of why and what the purpose is from the perspective of the Web Foundation. So in this room, it may seem obvious that we have to work for gender equity in all public spaces. Those public spaces include online. I think the philosophy of the Web Foundation is that the web is supposed to be an open, safe, trusted, and empowering space for everyone. A place where anybody around the world can come, collaborate, share their creativity, and share their ideas. And when you have over 50% of the world getting attacked and harassed online, then it doesn't live up to that vision. It's not a place where people feel free to convene. We don't have a ton of data about how prevalent the problem is and how severe it is. One study from 2019, run by Google's Jigsaw team, in collaboration with The Economist, said that 80% of the respondents who identified as women said that either they'd personally experienced or they'd witnessed harassment online. So this speaks to this enabling environment that Onika was mentioning, the presence, the demonstration that Honorable Nima was mentioning, that young girls and young boys, people of all shapes and sizes, look at the web and say, that's not a place that's safe. That's not a place where we can express ourselves, or that's a place that is providing comfort to those who would harm other people. So that is the interest that we have, is how do you make it a better and open space? So we have been working with the tech companies, as others have too. We ran a 120 organization, multi-stakeholder workshop series with the companies and said, what can we do? How can we fix this? And we got Meta, Google, Twitter, and TikTok to say, okay, we're going to change our curation, we're going to change our reporting, and we'll give you transparency on what we did. And after a year, as we've been following up with them, they said, look at all these great changes that we've made. And they did make some changes to the curation and reporting. And those of you who use those tools every day, you might see that you have a better ability to block, you have a better ability to report. But what they didn't do is show us any data. So it looks better, but we don't know if they've actually changed anything, because they won't tell us how many people are being harassed, how often is it happening, and how severe is the harassment. And there is a quote from Maria Ressa, who I will listen to anything that she says and support it. And she said, if you don't have facts, you can't have truth. If you don't have truth, you can't have trust. And if we don't have a trusted web, if we don't have a trusted internet, then people won't express themselves, they won't gather online. And that's really the world that we're trying to work for. So what do we do? So at the moment, we're working with a wide group of civil society organizations around the world and with the tech companies to map out what are the government policies, what data is available, and what products are there that are used to prevent and to respond to online harassment. So we're trying to get a better sense of what does work in this space, how can we give recommendations to governments and recommendations to tech companies, to civil society on here are good practices, here's how they work in different contexts. And I'll just say that, one of the big gaps that we see is all of the data that's collected is on people who are survivors. Have you been attacked? What is your experience? It's on you to report it. There's no information about what we call, or what's currently called, predators. Nobody's asking, how often have you attacked someone online? What did you say to them? What did you do? And so we're not really thinking about the enabling environment. And that's something that we'd like to fix, because you may not know if you are attacking. It may be that when you repost a video, you think, well, it's already out there, so I'm not causing harm by adding to it, but you are. Now, some people do know that they are predators, like those who attacked our session on Monday, Future of a Feminine Web. We had a Zoom bombing with targeted harassing language, with violent videos, with pornographic videos. Even today it happened. So the IGF has apologized to us after a few engagements to ask them, but it's still happening. So these spaces are attacked, and they reignite more traumas as that happens. And so, going forward, what we are working on, again, to get these good practices to be able to share out. And as Moira said, we're looking with the UN. Commission on the Status of Women is happening in March. Their focus is on technology. How do we infuse the work that we're having here with UN Women so that they take and are empowered with a greater leadership role? Global Digital Compact, the consultations for those will close out at the end of March. What is the gender presence in those consultations? How can we work with UN Tech Envoy to drive a process that is transparent and accountable, and that comes out with recommendations that we can follow on, that we can track. And then there's also this Summit for Democracy. And what I'll leave you with is just, this is not a gender issue. This is not siloed to a portion of society. The tools that are used to attack women and to attack minoritized genders are those that are used to disrupt misinformation, they're used to disrupt elections, and they're used to cause greater chaos in society. And so the reason that we focus on this is because it really does affect us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you to all of our panelists. I'm looking at our time, and I want to make sure that we do have time and space for a vibrant discussion. So we do have some questions online, but I think if it's okay with you all, I just want to open it up and see if we can collect maybe one or two questions from the room, and then we'll go to online. Let's see. I think we're waiting for a microphone to find our way here. Let's say. And when you ask your question, go ahead and identify yourself and ask your question. We'll do here, and then we'll go over here.
Hello, everyone. It's very vibrating, the insights sharing from everyone. My name is Rumki Farhana, and I'm representing Article 19 South Asia Regional Office based in Dhaka, Bangladesh. And all these aspects that has been coming out from you is very common, and we have been working addressing those issues wherever we are getting opportunities. One issue I want to mention is about enabling environment and inclusivity. For inclusivity, it's not only about like women. It's about, I would rather say, intersectional gender approach. If we could incorporate, that will give us a better picture, wider picture where we are living in. For example, in Bangladesh, we have this Penal Code 377 that enables, that takes away the citizen right from the sexually diversified people, and they cannot claim citizen right expressing their identity. Like I, myself, I'm not a man, I'm not a woman, I belong to this category of sexual identification. So this is what she was saying, like self-censorship. We do self-censorship being human rights activists, yes. We do self-censorship when we go for movement, whether it is silent movement or a very dominant movement, we go for self-censorship. So if, until or unless, it came out from different panelists, until or unless we do address it, we cannot hear it. And if we cannot hear it, we cannot work on it. So it's very important that if we can enabling environment is, yes, if we could create the environment where very detail to detail problems comes out or the experiences comes out, that might be another, it's not opportunity, that will give us the weapon to work with, to deal with, to solve with. And we are, Madam Parliament member from Tanzania, what she said, like online abusement and people stay offline when they become someone very vocal or active. It doesn't happen only for the politicians. It happens everywhere, even in the professional sector when the women starts working, because the women need to give the evidence that they are better than men, they are better than any man and many men. And it gives the vulnerability when people attacks on sexuality, when the women are growing up. So this thing actually, what Anika was saying, that it lives, it does exist in the actual life, that impacts the virtual life actually. So I cannot finish it now, it's not like within a minute to finish, there are lots of issues, but glad to share what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we're going to go back here first. No, yeah. We're going to go here. While you're getting ready, I will say there is a vibrant discussion, well, there is a discussion going on in the online space, but it does get to, and one of our online participants will know about the gender gaps and exacerbating what exists. So that did come up online as well, but please.
Hi everyone, Mariam Naisa, I'm a researcher on gender-based violence from Tunisia. Actually, I just wanted to highlight an important point, which is that needs to be clarified, I think, in such discussions, that the issue is gender-based violence or abuse. is not polarized. It's not women against men. It's in general people who are for human rights, for women's rights, no matter what their gender, no matter if they're women or men, because sometimes women themselves tend to exert gender-based violence. Sometimes I see activists or women's or parliamentary sharing a post and then women posting on that, commenting on that post with gender-based violence comments, saying that you should maybe take better care of your kids or of your family or your husband. You should you do this on or that. So it's not it's not a polarized thing, men against women. It's more about like who is for human rights and women's rights. I just wanted to share this point. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. It's really inspiring to see such amazing women sharing their experiences and trying to fight for justice. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to let our panel respond to those first, and then we'll come right back to these two questions in the room.
Thank you. I know, being mindful of time, very quickly, I just want to highlight that when I'm talking about women in politics, the online abuse on women in politics, I'm in no way diluting the online abuse on other groups, but I'm speaking specifically on women in politics because we are not considered as a marginalized group. This is a fact, and this is a fact. Unfortunately, when anybody's thinking about online abuse of women, no one would it click that, oh, and women in politics are part of that, because of the nature of our work and the nature of the power that we supposedly have. And it is for that reason I decided that I'm going to use the experience, my personal experience, to speak on behalf of all women parliamentarians and all women in politics, and through that bring you guys along to also recognize that women in politics is also a critical group, because a lot of the things that you're saying, to fix them we need legislation. Who creates legislation? It's legislators. So you need your women in politics to be your allies. So that's number one. Number two, the other issue very quickly that I'm trying to champion in Tanzania is to also get the issue of online abuse to be recognized in Political Parties Act and Election Act. Because during election, there are certain types of GBVs that have been accepted. You can report on them, but not online abuse. So that is the other thing that we're trying to do on the side of the legislation. And again, as you will speak for your own groups, I'm also speaking for my own group, Women in Politics. Thank you.
Yeah, so let me quickly also just touch on that. I think it's really important for us to understand that part of why all of this is happening is that we still live in very patriarchal societies. And that has created the call for us to sit here and specifically talk about women and girls. Because if women and girls had equal opportunities, we wouldn't even be having these kinds of forums, right? So whether it's men who are abusing online or women who are abusing online, at the root of all of that is patriarchy. And we have to be committed to dismantling the patriarchy in order to understand that. So my standard question, my standard answer whenever people ask me, what about the boy child? I don't speak on it. Because he still has patriarchy, he'll be okay. Oh. Help me dismantle the patriarchy, and then we can begin to talk about the boy child and how his masculinity can be different in an equal world. Thank you.
Any other? I would also just add one thing to that, which is there's structural and engineering aspects of things that we're trying to fundamentally change. So one of the things that NDI has prioritized this issue for is because if we can get the right AI, if we can get the right reporting structures in place for 50% of the global population, that's going to benefit all people, all parties, all marginalized groups, all intersectional identities. And what we're still struggling with, right? We start with the 50%, because even in the most marginalized communities, there is a woman who is the most marginalized of the marginalized communities. And so we do take an approach that it is inclusive in identifying our interventions. It is intersectional, but you know, this particular dynamic we focused on because it is both the fundamental challenge as well as the opportunity for change. So I want to go here first, these two questions, and then, I want to leave a little bit of space for our online participants.
Hello. Firstly, thank you for your speech. I feel very empowered thanks to your speech. I come from Turkey's Internet Observatory, and we're actually feminist technologists that started off as Women's Rights Digital Data Platform. And so my question is, firstly to you, that what does your party say? And do you get support from your allies in your own country or your male party members when you face such abuse? And what do you think you can do to change and get support from that aspect? And secondly, for World Wide Web Foundation, I also want to, on a separate topic, the type of work that we do at Turkey's Internet Observatory is we use creative methods to extract data for exactly those issues. So for example, just by looking at the Google search volume of the amount of Turkish women that Google, my husband loves me so much, he doesn't let me go to the doctor, we were able to generate the most granular and the only data actually in Turkey that exemplified that emotional violence happens in which cities, at which hours, and how people search for it, for example. So I'd love to get in touch with you about how we can use our big tech and engineering expertise for generating data where it is missing. And thank you again so much for the empowering speech and talking in behalf of us. Thank you.
We'll go right here.
Thank you very much. My name is Catherine Adair, the outgoing director of research at the World Wide Web Foundation. But I would like to also wear another hat, having been the wife of a politician, and also the family full of politicians. So what she's talking about, I know in reality. And I'll even just give an example. Even in the last elections, I actually had to help my auntie manage her Facebook and Twitter because the way she was trolled, she wanted to give up. And part of what came up was now a mess. So what I'm seeing here could be a discussion that we could even have for half a day. And actually understand and unpack some of the issues. And what I want to unpack is even the experience we've had in the Web Foundation. What Kat has not told you is the kind of data we have, even from politicians, journalists, and all that. Mining that data, which is evidence-based, would amaze you. And the concern that I've found from the research is especially when we are being pushed to lump the research findings on women and girls under the generic gender. In the last 2 years, I've come to appreciate a lot of how a lot of things on women and girls then gets lost. But I'll just give two other things, again, evidence-based. And the painful thing which we've seen is when victims of hate speech, and I think somebody has commented on that, have to take action to report on the abusive comments and compel, it is them again to compel the perpetrators to take responsibility and rethink about posting the abusive remarks. In that, then we discuss with the tech companies. Then I'll just give one challenge they say they have, and that is language. They say language is a barrier in identifying hate speech and harassment in all linguistic diversity. And some of them say they don't have the capable AI tools to detect. My challenge, and that's why I say we could have this discussion even for half a day, if we could have space tourism, what is impossible? And that's why I agree that the UN could actually do a lot more. I found the UN is part of, I'm sorry to say, the people diluting some of these issues, trying to bring the impossible because of what people are saying. Let me leave it there. And finally, the legislation part, arguments on legislation versus freedom of speech. These things can be dealt with because they're trying to hide that it's so hard to legislate because of freedom of speech. Nothing is impossible. We have the data. We have the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to...
and mine is not for a question. It is a comment based on evidence.
I'm going to also, just as our panelists respond, there's a question online coming from Bangladesh about the differences between threat, vulnerability, and risk, right? So this is another aspect that as we begin to parse out these experiences, even here and also when we empower women, like are we catching it before it happens? Are we in preventing it, pre-budding it, or are we empowering, such as even in this experience, we're the user and we have the power to do it, but we're running a panel at the same time of combating harm online. So we're going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it, give our panelists a chance to respond to these questions, and then I'm going to ask my colleague Sandra to sum us up.
Thank you. Very, very, very quickly, you asked a very good question about party, internal party politics. And what happens is sometimes the abuse that women in politics get is also party related. And it can be opposing parties, but it can also be within the party. And when it is within the party, it is when your male colleague feels threatened that in the next election, you probably go for his seat. So that is how it works. And to curb that, it needs to be included in the legislation. And the only legislation relevant for that is the political parties legislation and the election legislation. So one of the things that I've managed so far to push, and it's already work in progress, is to make sure that every political party has a gender desk and has a gender policy. And such things will enable for the issue of complaints to be treated in a different way. I would like to conclude also by stating that oftentimes these discussions happen with the exclusion of us as parliamentarians. It's important for these discussions to happen with us being there. Because at the end of the day, one, we can share credible experiences. Anybody else would speak of experiences based on paper. But we can share experiences based on reality. So you may come up even with interventions, but we can easily tell you that this intervention will not work because we are living it. Similarly, as my colleague over there said, so it's important to put us in those discussions. And as far as the African context is concerned, the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance is here and is willing to work with all of you, and this is one of the items top of our agenda. My concluding remark is, join me in elevating the need for the UN to prioritize online violence on women. It needs to be recognized as one of the GBVs. Thank you.
It's a fantastic call to action, and I am very happy to be working towards that. I just wanted to share the quick data points on this. Anybody is welcome to approach. Please, we would love to have your data. It helps us push back against this perception that this is not as widespread a problem as it is. Honorable Nima is correct that once you get in public light, you get attacked more. What we don't know is what that does to anybody who says, should I go online? Should I be in a leadership? And how much it's silencing voices. And it happens around the world. So in Chile, for 75% of the messages that are delivered on Twitter to female parliamentarians are harassing or abusive. So every time they go on Twitter, they're getting pummeled with hate speech. In Swedish parliamentarians, 41% of the women are getting doctored sexualized images of themselves sent to them. Another former director of research at the Web Foundation, Danaraj Thakur, who now works at the Center for Democracy and Technology, came out with a report 2 weeks ago on the prevalence of violence against women politicians, and specifically black women in the United States. That they are far more targeted, unsurprisingly, than any other politician. So don't keep an eye on Web Foundation alumni, former directors of research, people who have gone on to start new partnerships. It's a formidable group. And you know, it's just to say that this is not unique to a certain space. This is not one person's problems or another. It is prevalent everywhere, and it's getting worse unless we really understand how big a problem this is, how to prioritize it, and get it into all of these spaces of internet governance. Thank you.
I think the only thing I'd like to add is that in addition to that call, we need to have an accountability framework, because I can think of all the kinds of conventions and treaties that the UN and our countries have signed on to, all the way back to pay equity that we still don't have, and that this is really an issue of life and death for quite a number of people. And so in addition to that call for prioritizing this issue, it needs to also have an accountability framework, because just like we've had a Me Too movement, there has also been a UN Too movement. So, you know, it's important from this highest body to communicate all the way down that there is zero tolerance to this kind of behavior.
Well, just to also address some of the comments and questions, if the platforms are not directly working and giving us the data to inform some of the actions against violence on women politicians, especially some of the recommendations you have also asked them as policy and other civil society actors is you need to provide psychosocial support to the women politicians after the elections or during the election period. If you just, the data is very, very clear. The evidence is very, very clear. There's a difference between a man politician engaging online and a woman politician engaging online. We don't need to debate. We don't need to say it's about equality. It's about, we just want to, it's very clear that women are abused hugely and they need additional support. And therefore, we've been also trying to tell Meta, for instance, are you able to provide additional support beyond the mechanisms that you have online? Because if a woman politician is abused and she has to report, that's re-victimization. And re-victimization adds on to the hurt that she's already experiencing. But I'd like to close at that because our session time is over. And we have an online moderator who's joining us to close this panel off. Please follow us online and engage with our work to see what we are putting out, because we are putting evidence-based research on what women politicians are going through online. So, Sandra, I'd like to welcome you. Have you been able to connect her?
I think I'm here. Can you hear me all right? So thank you to our wonderful speakers and to the Honorable Lukangira. Thank you for being so honest and authentic in your voice and for sharing your experience. We have been running the Not the Cost campaign since 2016. One of our original members of the coalition was from Tanzania. She was the coordinator for the Sextortion Coalition. So we have always had strong Tanzanian voices in our fight, and we're so happy that you are taking up this issue. Onika, Irene, and Kat, and Moira, my thanks to you too for bringing your expertise and understanding to this forum. I'm so sorry not to have been with you, but I was in London at the conference headed by the UK government on preventing sexual violence in conflict initiative. And of course, we know that all women who stand up for peace and resilience are attacked online. And the online space is also used to attack them and their communities when they are seen as opponents. One of the things that Moira and I are both proud and privileged to be a part of is this growing network of technologically expert women who are advocates and politicians and activists to fight to change this issue. We are determined to help enable a safer and more open and inclusive internet. That is the way to provide the space for the creativity, voice, and agency of women and girls to be channeled into those spaces where the answers to our global challenges begin to flourish and get resolved. Misogyny and hate online is a solvable problem, and we invite you all to join all of us in doing so. Thank you, and all the best for the rest of the IGF.
And I think just a last mention that the best practices forum on gender is this afternoon. So we look forward to seeing you all there to identify some real paths forward.
Good job, ladies. You needed a half.
Welcome to the session on responsible internet usage. I welcome you at the UN's Internet Governance Forum meeting. As you know, UN IGF is one of the world's most impactful forums with membership of 193 countries. And in this forum, the 17th IGF in Ethiopia in Addis Ababa, we have 170 plus countries registered with 4,000 delegates. And we are hosting this. Hi, welcome Dinu, my panelist. So we are hosting this forum here at Banquet Hall A. And I want to give you a brief overview of our dynamic coalitions which are hosting this. Before we get into that, the Dynamic Coalition on Digital Health and the Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs. The Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs was founded in 2019 with the goal to leverage the potential of Internet to create jobs across sectors. And we come out with our annual report, Internet and Jobs. And we also launched yesterday with the UN Tech Envoy, the project CREATE, which is collaborate to realize employment and entrepreneurship potential for all through a technology ecosystem. And the Dynamic Coalition on Digital Health was founded on 8th April this year. And our goal is adoption of digital health across the continuum of care across the world. Two of our founding members, the Digital Health Academy and the Health Parliament, are very active on this. And Digital Health Academy with IIM Raipur, which is in country's premier institute on management, has launched a postgraduate program on digital health, which is going live. And we'll also launch a course for frontline health workers across the world, because these are the ones which are the most left behind. Without them, we cannot have digital health across the world. Now, coming to why we are doing this forum. The fact is that responsible internet usage is today a very important topic. And that's why we have taken it at the UN IGF, because our lives revolve around the internet. I think today it's not a question how many of you don't have a mobile phone, how many of you didn't use internet today. I think in the last 1 hour, probably everyone around would have SMS'd, would have sent an email, would have browsed the internet, or would have uploaded a photograph on the net. And I'll just give you a sense of what it means as an impact to the environment. So a single text SMS is 0.8 grams of carbon emission. A single tweet you do is 0.2 grams of carbon emission. If you browse the internet for 1 minute, is 1.1 gram of carbon emission. If you send an email, depending on the size of attachment, it will be between 0.3 to 50 grams of carbon emission. And if you have had a Zoom, which we are doing, most of my panelists are joining on Zoom, so it's between 2 to 50 grams of carbon emission. So the fact is that though digitalization is becoming integral to our lives, but the digital footprint has also got a carbon footprint. We're also trying to understand the current life cycle and the way we lead our lives. So taking an average lifespan of 70 years, if we take around 8 hours of sleep per day, we probably sleep 24 years in our life. But if we look at the 6.9 hours of time we spend on the web, we have actually almost 21 years of our life on the internet. That means majority of our time we are actually going to be on the net in terms of our official work hours, and it will have its impact on the carbon footprint, the carbon emissions. And that's why probably if you look at the last year or so, deserts have been having floods and the rain-fed areas have been, facing drought. That's one of the impact. So we thought we should actually look at this issue not from an environment standpoint, but also from the societal peace and cohesiveness standpoint. So this report that we are releasing today, the Responsible Internet Usage Report, and we're going to discuss this also today. And with me today, I have global experts with me. Mr. Gunjan Sinha from Palo Alto, who is a tech pioneer, who is an internet pioneer based in Palo Alto, San Francisco. He is the executive chairman of Matrix Stream. Besides, he chairs and sits on various boards globally. Dr. Purvanchand Pandey, who is a senior visiting fellow at the Institute for Democracy at Taiwan in Taipei. And besides, he was also on the board of the Nobel Prize winning World Food Program. And he has also served as a former CEO of the Delagon Civilizations. And he serves on various boards. Mr. Dino Cataldo de Lacio, I hope I got your name right. He's the Chief Information Officer at the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund. He's done amazing work, which is the recipient of the UN Secretary General Award. Dr. Osama Al Hassan, a senior digital health expert who works on smart health at the Dubai Health Authority. My colleague Smriti Lohia, who is co-author of the report and also representing Health Parliament and Health Academy here. Mr. Eric Solom, who couldn't join us here because he's on a flight, he has a last-minute change, but he's the former Environment and Development Minister of Norway, former Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program, and also sits on several boards across the world. So I'm getting straight to my panel, and first question is, of course, to the tech pioneer Gunjan, who's with us. Gunjan, thanks for joining in. I guess it's midnight at your place. I don't know what to greet you with, but thanks for taking out time. You have seen the growth of internet, over the last 3 decades and being a pioneer. Do you think where we reached is very responsible usage of the internet? If not, what are the things we should be doing? Over to you.
I do think that internet has become foundational to our lives, to the society, and to the nations globally. And as you rightly pointed out, Professor Gupta, bulk of our waking life is internet enabled in many forms. So with the positives comes a lot of the challenges that the internet itself has posed, and going beyond just what's obvious to a lot of us. It has on one hand brought a lot of opportunities. It has also brought a lot of risks and downsides. So the environmental, social governance of the internet itself is something that has to be thought through very carefully at a policy level, but also at an individual level. And I also think the technologies of the future, there's going to be a significant intersection of the internet and the ESG principles, environmental social governance. And let me kind of speak to the concept of environmental social governance. A lot is being said about that, the 3-letter acronym of ESG, but it has to be foundationally be tied with newer technologies, which are actually looking at the carbon footprint and the intersection of the digital footprint and how that provides for a better environmental social governance of the internet. The environmental world really focuses on the carbon side. The social kind of focuses on how internet is used for kind of narrowing the digital divide and not accelerating the digital divide. And that's going to be the challenge. There are technologies emerging, there are efforts emerging that can actually narrow the divide and actually focus on a better enhanced environmentally conscious internet. And I'll give you just a sample of that in terms of, if you look at the recent turmoil, and I'm going to use the social media as an example of what you've seen happen at Twitter. A large number of users have fled Twitter to go to what are called more distributed paradigms of social media as opposed to centralized. I do believe the next generation social media is going to be more decentralized. And when you decentralize internet, it actually creates more empowerment and more local governance as opposed to the reliance on single large networks like Facebook, Twitter, or whoever else is controlling the social media. So we have to get towards more decentralization, more localization, and more governance, which is at the local levels, even though internet assumes to be a global network. So the beauty of it is, as you get to a federated model, you will actually create a lower digital footprint. You will actually, build an internet that's more scalable and at the same time more conscientious in its power consumption, in its digital consumption. And that's how you go to the vision of better governed, better environmentally and socially governed internet of the future.
Gunjan, you made a very important point of ESG. I think that should be the mission of everyone who is involved with the internet. Do you think that there's time for us to also draw a framework for self-regulation, as a part of ESG for everyone who's involved, given that's going to be federated now?
Yeah, and I think that is exactly, where it goes. So if you go away from the world of what I call massively centralized internet that we have seen rise of mega, empires like Amazon or Google or Facebook, and I have nothing against those platforms. They're amazing. They serve a critical function. But as you go towards localization, and when you actually decentralize and get to more federated architectures of the internet of the future, and then to take it to your point, Professor Gupta, as you start to take the localization to the next extreme, where you take it down to what I would call personalization, where at individual level you create self-regulation and governance and tools that shows you metrics of your usage. Just like, you see when you go buy a carton of milk, you can see the calories you consume, you see the fat, you see the protein, it regulates your behavior. Today, I have no standardization. There isn't a standard body that says that every tweet I make, here's my carbon emission. And I think those kinds of common vocabulary and taxonomy at a personalized level has to be boxed in, just like you see it on food product labeling and other things. So I see an intersection of public policy, taxonomy, standardization, and common vocabulary, and a shift towards more localization and personalization as opposed to global centralization that has been the norm so far on the internet evolution.
Thanks, Gunjan. A very good action point that you have laid out, which I'm sure will feed into our session's action and key takeaways. Now, based on what Gunjan has been talking about ESG, Dino, you have been doing fantastic work at your organization, which has also been, saving the carbon impact on the work that is being done. And you have been also recipient of the award. Would you like to share what's your views on responsible internet usage and how organizations should be, taking a cue and acting on that?
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta, and thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this distinguished panel. Indeed, the experience of the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund was exactly based on an analysis of how technology could have improved the organization in making something that for 70 years had been conducted on a paper base into a technological manner. So we indeed apply the concept of digital transformation in digitalizing something that involved manual intervention, that involved the use of postal services, that required the use of printing, paper, archiving, and storage. So in so doing, what we did, we first and foremost looked at the process itself. And the process helped us identify the key elements of the new solution, which in our case was based on the creation of a digital identity. By creating a digital identity, we were finally able to have an interlocutor, to have a counterpart that was reliable. And by having that level of reliability, we were able to design around that digital identity a process that, by using the internet, enable us to achieve economy and to achieve value. Economy in the sense that we actually went live with this application during the pandemic period.
For example, in Romania, we have, like you're saying, a back to normal. We use a lot in the pandemic and COVID, the telemedicine. But now, let's say everyone is back into normal. That meaning also the doctors don't accept it to have a telemedicine. But for my opinion, it's back to normal.
Excuse me?
It's not okay. But many private sector, the good thing that they are still working on digitalization.
Sorry, just one moment. There is an overlap in our audio system.
Working on digitalization, but meaning they are making more software, making more access for their patients, and they're working good in that direction. It's my opinion.
And I can adapt probably from the European perspective. indeed, we have seen a super rapid.
Perfect, thank you. So apologies, there was an interference that was just resolved. So I was describing the savings that we were able to achieve through the implementation of a solution based on digital identity. The savings were even more obvious and evident in our case, since the fact that we went live just before the pandemic hit the globe. And in our case, we really appreciated the value of having a technological solution for individuals that were distributed. We are talking about more than 80,000 people in 193 countries. That finally, they, notwithstanding the limitation and the constraints that occur as a result of the pandemic, they were still able to conduct their process and to certify, in our case, vis-a-vis the digital identity solution, that they were still alive, because our system, our solution was intended to provide a proof of existence, proof of identity, proof of transaction, and proof of location. And just one last comment. Today, when we are talking, when referring, as my previous co-panelist indicated, when we're talking about Web 3.0, we are talking about Internet of Value. And this concept of value is being referred to the fact that using the internet technology and using the new application that are being developed on top of it, we are able to exchange value directly without the use of intermediaries. But I think that this concept of value should be revisited and not seen only about the ability to transfer value, to transfer asset, but also about how we can make this transfer happen and what are the implications, as was alluded to before, from the point of view of the cost and from the point of view of the benefit. Thank you.
Excellent, Dinu, and I think you have been able to implement, which is one of the recommendations, that we need to reduce our carbon footprints using technology. I have a message that Eric Solem sent because he had to change, he had to be on board of flight. I'm going to read out that. According to Eric, this is his message at the IGF panel. The IT industry has a double responsibility for contributing to solving our global environment crisis. The industry should aim to get net zero, sourcing its data centers from renewable energies, and buying carbon credits for emissions which cannot be abated. He further adds, it should be use its enormous outreach on the variety of social media platforms to facilitate a broad dialogue on how we solve environmental problems. So very clearly, Eric has put out that while one side we need to address the carbon impact, I think the point that Gunjan raised about the societal impact is something also we should discuss with the panelists and also with the people in the room. And now I move to Dr. Osama Al Hassan, who has joined us from the Dubai Health Authority. Osama, you know that while we keep spending time on the net using devices, the health hazards, which are physical and mental, are aggravating. What would you like to share here, and how do we mitigate the risks that come associated with using digital technologies? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. There is no doubt that there is a lot of studies that correlate or associate the excessive use of internet and related devices to the health of people. And these consequences are normally either psychological or in well-being or even when physical health. So these consequences can vary from different perspectives, but I would like to focus more on two groups of, I can say, internet users, because their excessive use of internet will last for so many years, and it will affect their psychological and physical abilities for so many years, which will cause damage to the economy, to their health, to their families. So one example for that is when we talk about the clear physical pains that people will have normally, like breast pain, back pain, for example. Even we see that these days that even there's some sort of anomalies on the postures of young people because of their sitting into with in the internet for so long, or for using the mobile for so long. So this will affect also their sights and their cognitive abilities. So these are very important issues. When we talk about the also one of the key health issues that now are clearly associated with the excessive internet use is high blood pressure and obesity for sure. Sitting for so long or focusing on internet devices for so long, especially with people who are even addicted to gaming, for example, this for sure will impact their blood pressure, and they will have high blood pressure for so long. Even if they try to treat it, it will be very difficult, especially at early ages. So this is very clear. When we go to the psychological side, so we see anxiety is becoming more and more prevalence. We see that especially with children, with adolescents, that now they have more even difficulties with interacting with the real world, and that's becoming a very big issue now for people who want to be independent and interact with their society, so they can have a good job or a good training or good education. All these requires abilities to interact in a better way with your surrounding. Focusing so much on the internet and internet related devices will for sure diminish or at least minimize these abilities. So this area that needs a lot of consideration, and we need to have a lot of governance issues around it. These governance issues should be applied even to the internet or internet-based, I can say, companies or businesses, that they need to have some sort of a cap on personalized activities related to their applications, for example. I think maybe a good example for that kind of a governance that we have on the global level, and this could be also related as well to the usage of internet. There is an organization called Health on the Net, for example, that was specifically used to govern the contents around healthcare in websites or in the internet. So it was an independent authority or organization that looks into the data, any data that was put in the internet around, for example, diseases or treatment or whatever. And the most important factors that they touch, that they will bring to the internet dependable data, data that has kind of research evidence, that when people consume it, when the researchers for their health problems or whatever, they will go to a confident place, they will get confident data that they can rely on. So I think we have to have certain authorities or certain organization at the global level that looks even into the interaction that particularly those groups, children and adolescents, and how they can govern their interaction with whether they are games or they are social media application or whatever. Another part that I want to tackle, which is also around responsible use of internet, is we need to have some legal governance also around misbehaviors like bullying, for example, or shaming or cursing. This could be at the low global level, at the regional level, and even at the country level. We need to have a framework to make sure that these kind of interaction will not psychologically impact users. So thank you very much.
So, Osama, sometimes, what happens is it's very confusing when you see the way this domain is evolving. And I would still say that despite 3 decades of internet, I think on our panel, at least Gunjan seems to be one of those who have been very early years on this, is like, there has been like, very confusing signals at time. And I'll give you an example specific with health. 2018, ICT 11 made gaming a disorder. It actually listed gaming as a disorder. In 2020, US FDA actually used gaming to treat a disorder called attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Now, is there an oversight besides, self-regulation that we need so that people do not have misinformation, or they understand that this domain is evolving pretty fast? What could have been a disorder 2 years back is actually used for treating a disorder. So is there an initiative in your, knowledge that you want to share with us, or is there something in the thought process?
Is this question for me?
Yes, Osama, that's for you.
Yes, as I said, I don't see any steps. As per my knowledge, I haven't seen any kind of activities in this direction. And because of that, I said that maybe following the step of health on the net would be an appropriate approach to tackle these kind of issues.
Thank you. Smriti, you have been, involved in this report, and, we know that people are spending almost 1/3 of their life on the internet. So what's your view on responsible internet usage?
Hi, everyone. Firstly, it's an honor to be at this conference, and it's indeed a privilege to speak at this platform, and I thank Dr. Gupta for giving me this opportunity to speak and to work on this document. As I worked on this document, as we all know, like internet has done so much positives in our lives. Communication has become easier. It has given a lot of job opportunities to us. But this is something that is in front of us, right? But at the back end, there's something happening. It is negatively impacting us and the environment. So just tell me, how many of you, when you go to sleep, how many of you switch off your Wi-Fi? No one. Okay. That's why data is very scary. So when any invention happens, when internet was coming up, we talked about its positives. Did we talk about its negative? Did we map its journey till today? Did we do that? I don't know if we did that or not, but the point here is 20 years down the line, we should not be saying the same thing. That, oh, we didn't know it was impacting us, negatively impacting us or the environment. Oh, we didn't know that we had to responsibly act. So, I sincerely believe that at every step, we should know our responsibility towards our environment and the planet. And today, people, and I emphasize youngsters, like people of my generation. And I'm not talking about people before my generation. So people are getting concerned about environment. And they are talking about its environmental issues, like climate change. And they are talking about its causes, like, for example, emissions generated by vehicles, factories, we are cutting down forests, and etc. But we are not talking about one thing. We are not focusing on one thing, that is our digital carbon footprint, right? So, the extent to which internet has taken over our lives, we are not realizing that how it is impacting us and the environment. And globally, the number has increased, like from millions in early part of the century to billions in today. And the number is not increasing like year by year. The number is increasing day by day, right? And soon, internet is going to become a basic human necessity. So in this report, we have talked about all this. We have recommended some actions, how to responsibly act. And the point is, the moot question is that do we really know our responsible internet usage? And even if we do know, do we really implement that? Thank you.
Thanks, Smriti. Very important point that we need to be cautious of what we do and what's the impact on others, what's the impact on our lives, our bodies, our society as well. So this brings me to Dr. Puran, whom I have known, and he has worked in different sectors and fairly involved in the future of how net will impact through economy, what he's currently working on. So Dr. Puran, would you like to share your perspective on responsible internet usage, given that we are all moving online, our education, our jobs, and what we can do about being responsible?
Thank you very much indeed, and I'm very thankful for being invited to contribute some of my thoughts on this very, very important topic. Let me pick up from where you started. Our daily lives, we end up using technology, whether we want to or we do not really want to use it. Because there are systems and architects and what we do, there is a natural embedding of technology that we have to usually use. And this could probably range from using the phone to using the laptop to sending text and to also sort of entertain ourselves as and when we can. And therefore, the whole element of technology becomes important not only in a standalone fashion, but it gives dimensions to various intersectoral activities which usually going on to merge and mix in ways that sometimes we don't even realize that we are passing through technology which is both intrusive and non-intrusive. In some cases, we know what we are doing. In some cases, we suffer with dopamine, which creates a lot of pleasure of how we use internet and technology. That is one of the serious problems of any technology when we really go beyond and begin to really use it without really knowing the consequences that we are going to have, both on health, also on climate, also on society, and also on how we end up destroying ourselves. And one of the panelists prior talked about sitting, postures, how it happens, how we use it, and many times we're not really aware of the consequences which we are really passing on to ourselves, to society, to environment, to CO2 emissions, and so on and so on and so forth. So let me give a brief précis of the kind of the scale and impact that we end up creating by doing very, very small things in our lives. If we were to really look at 1 MB email size, which produces roughly about 20 grams of CO2 in its life cycle, which is equivalent to lighting a 60 watt old bulb, which is burning for about 35 minutes. 1 MB, and you could probably then calculate the scale and impact, and we really cover about 60-65% of the humanity using technology. So we are 8 billion, so let's put 60% of it, a fairly sizable number of people using 1 MB email, which if you really collect and collate, you could very easily imagine the kind of scale and impact of CO2 footprint that we are creating out of the technology usage only by using 1 MB of email. So this is a very small example, but I think that suffices to highlight the kind of activities that we undertake without knowing what it does, and therefore knowledge is something which I have always felt is very, very important, because many of us, the majority of us, will not really know the kind of impact which 1 MB of an email data will probably create in its life cycle, which is about 20 grams, and just add it up and you will probably get a better sense of scale and impact. Now let me move forward. And you opened by saying, we send a text, we write the email, we entertain ourselves on mobile, we use a lot of data, and therefore if we were to really look at what is really happening on an aggregate level, we as each one of us, we have been probably contributing more than 300 million tons of CO2 annually which goes from sending email to text to what we do on internet and how we play games and do a whole lot of things which we're not really aware in terms of the kind of impact, negative impact that we are really creating, both for the people around us and also on the environment, which is an intrinsic part of our life. And if we don't really take care of it, then God only could probably save us. Let me now come pretty quickly to a few research studies which are already ongoing in Harvard, which has been experimenting with people who are rendered mental, and how these people have been rendered mental by excessive use of technology, and how could they be better rehabilitated. And this is where the whole area that you have been handling, the health, it comes into play. And therefore, technology is not only technology that we use and how we use, but how do we really intersect it at the cusp of health, at the cusp of mental disorder, at the cusp of environment and climate change, and our own individual responsible behavior, which is very, very important. And I really attribute it to a very large extent to the absence of knowledge and not enough being told to many of our kids, because we still are better off because we began to use technology and internet when we were probably 30 years old. But what is really happening now is a child sitting in the pram, parents giving a handset, and this child is only watching something, maybe a Ludo game or some comic film. That is really going to be pretty messy, not too far away from now, because when these kids grow, by the time they're 30, by which time we started using the internet and technology, these guys will be half gone. So we have got to really consider the following. The first thing is that we have got to educate our children right from the school that look, these are the kind of good things, but you have got to be pretty careful in terms of how. It is how which is more important, not what we have. It is very, very important that we tell them. Second thing, it is very important that companies which are producing technology need to really come out, and not only through ESG. The ESG has been, a very truncated kind of an idea. But what really needs to happen to begin with is that they need to really report in terms of what they've been doing, in terms of their sustainability report, in terms of how do they really embed the value that they have been creating, not only by selling technology, but also being aware of how could they really make people more in the state of well-being. And the third thing which I personally believe is, and I have been the part of COP26 last year in Glasgow and this year as well, there is a big talk now through the COPs, both 26 and 27, but how will technology either enable what we have been doing as human beings, or how will it really disable us in terms of the kind of overall progress that we will miss out on achieving because we are too deep and too deeply embedded with what we have been doing with technology. And therefore, there is a call to action by the UN. And since I have been a part of the UN myself, which I headed in Delhi, two things are happening. One, that the UN has been asking companies through ITU to cut on their emissions by 50% by 2030, while the companies will be contributing roughly about 14% of CO2 by 2040. And finally, I would really like to say the following, that technology is very, very helpful, and this is what we were talking yesterday as well. I could not really complete, but we have got to be very much aware of how technology could spoil the whole game and begin to create people who might not be able to remain conscious of their own personal health, their own personal care. And then on top of it all, they will continue to contribute to carbon footprint, which is only going to take a very fresh breath of air out of our society, air, our greenery, our biodiversity and so on and so forth. And therefore, on the one hand, individual responsibility is very, very important. But I think an equal pressure on companies need to be put on where they need to probably use more renewable energy. Even today, as we are talking about technology, more than 80% of technology producers are working with fossil fuel. How do they really transition to green and clean energy? And that could be the saver, not the solution. But we need to be very much careful and very much aware about how we do what we have been doing. Therefore, we can use technology not as a master, but as a slave. Because the moment technology becomes a master, human beings are really going to perish, not so far away from now. So I'll pause here and be happy to answer any other question which might come from you or from the audience. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Puran. I think very important points you raised, and we all have been witnessing the parenting part for sure, where the kids are given mobile to have their meals on time, to be busy with their own self, not disturb. But this is creating in them in their formative years a psyche where they will not be able to stay away from, the mobiles. You also made a point about knowledge being available and small things mattering big, our small steps. So in our offices, we switch off the Wi-Fi the moment we leave. We switch off the Wi-Fi in our office at homes when it's not in use. But I don't know if everyone does, as Smriti asked everyone. It is very difficult. It's become a part of our lives, where we think it's on, there's nothing going on. So if you look at this report, it's just a 10-page report, will be available on the web of IGF. We have put some checklist of the things you do. There are apps on your mobile phones that are actually working in the background, consuming still data, and there are 7.2 million data centers across the world. And some of the data centers' carbon emissions are more than countries combined. So small things do matter. I think Dr. Pandey made a very important point. But he also ended by saying that companies have a big role to play. And Gunjan, we couldn't have you yesterday somehow for a time mismatch. But a very important point that is being understood by people is that what essentially technology is doing is shifting the power from the governments to private sector. And I'll give you a perspective on this. The market cap of big 5 tech companies is equivalent to the GDP of 157 nations. So in fact, corporations are now powerful than nations. Now, given that you are the only person whom I know, who has been a pioneer in the internet space, founded search engines, much earlier than we know of Google. Now, the vision with which you saw the internet at that time, has it really realized that potential in terms of delivering what it's supposed to? And secondly, that is industry responsible? One of the things that came out yesterday in our sustainable automation session was that profit at any cost doesn't have a business model, which effectively means we are screwing up the environment in lookup for the profit. So is the industry being responsible, and is ESG enough? Or what would be your checklist for the industry, to be more responsible, to reduce the inequities which have sprung up? Over to you, Gunjan.
Yeah. No, thank you. And this is clearly a topic that is very near and dear to me, having seen the internet and the promise of the internet from the early days. What was supposed to be a network that would actually, bring kind of opportunities to all and actually narrow the digital divide, it has actually accelerated the divide in many ways, as you would see, as you noted, right? 5 or 6 corporations now, are bigger than 150 nations put together in its overall value. So I believe that, one of the things that we have to look at, and we have to draw a parallel from how things have worked in some other industries. So when I look at the healthcare, and especially in drugs and food, there's been a very specific focus to actually have proper labeling. And labeling is an important concept. If you think about it, you can go to a grocery store, you can buy something, and you can see what you consume, and it's properly labeled. When you get into the digital world, there is no labeling. And the labeling standards have to come out so that it is not very hard for me to, at the bottom of the email, to be able to see a label that what impact does an email have. And if that becomes a standard regulation, then I know that, when I drink a cup of milk, I know how much calories am I consuming or what protein I'm getting. Or if I take a drug, there are specific regulations on labeling. The similar concept from the digital health has to now move into the internet. So we have to label our digital activity properly, because as you label those, it starts to create awareness. That awareness leads to the right change of behavior, which then leads to a more ESG centric internet. And I think that is the part which I think has been missing in our overall architecture of the internet of the future. So it requires governments to come together. It requires standard bodies like what we are talking about in this forum to come together to create the labeling standard. What FDA has done in US, for example, we can take a chapter of that book and apply that into the digital internet of the future. So I would leave that thought, because I've been thinking about it and I feel like this is long overdue and has to be taken out as an initiative, with urgency.
Very important action point, and I think this can have a profound impact on our generation and generations to come. And I think the team at Health Parliament, which is watching this, should actually work on these standards. I think like all our cell phones have that screen time, notification. You can see them that your screen time this week is either more or less than last week or month, and so on and so forth. Same way, I think we could actually quantify that as the carbon footprint. And if we draw out like what you call the average lifespan based on your usage, of the longevity, like this could be your impact on footprint, could lead to warming by this degrees. I think all of us would be conscious enough to say, no, we don't want to leave a planet which is for mass extinction. I think that's a very important point you have brought out. And the current things that we are seeing today is when 2.7 billion people are not connected to the internet, and metaverse is still in the works. Once we have our digital twins, I am not sure how much impact we can have, and probably this is the right time to trigger a debate and to come out with certain things. And I think at this time I'll pass on to Dino to talk about the importance of sharing best practices and creating guidelines for this.
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. Yes, I believe this is a perfect segue to what the previous panelists just mentioned. Personally, most of my career at the UN was in auditing. I was responsible for the Office of Internal Audit of the United Nations for 10 years. And in 2017, when I became Chief Information Officer and I started this project of digital identity and deployed a solution that made use of new technologies, such as biometrics and the blockchain, one of the first questions from myself, given my background, is now that I have implemented a system using new technologies, how can I provide assurance about the reliance of these technologies to my governing bodies, to the oversight bodies, to the stakeholders at large? And here I believe, as the distinguished panelists before me alluded to, I don't think that we are mature yet in having a set of standards, a set of indicators, of best practices to provide that level of assurance. I think technologies, new technologies such as facial recognition and biometrics, or such as blockchain, do not yet have generally accepted criteria, a standard that can be used, for example, to provide the labeling that was alluded to before by the previous speaker. So I think a lot still needs to be done in order to make sure that who's going to use this technology can do that in an accountable manner, in order to provide criteria, in order to provide assurance about whether and how one of these technologies is used. This is being done by taking into consideration all the important implications of each one of these technologies, whether it is about environmental sustainability, whether it's about social responsibility, whether it's about energy consumption, and so forth. So I believe this is definitely an area where more collaboration should come in between all parties, whether government, international organization, private sector, professional association, working together and start creating a set of standards in order to provide assurance and reliance on the responsible use of these technologies. Thank you.
Yeah.
Gunjan, you want to make a point here?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, absolutely. And I think, I feel like, the standard that was alluded to here, and that's exactly what I mean by the labeling. The interesting thing is that the technology, if you look at the internet, you look at the HTTP protocol, you look at the web protocols, they are very easily taggable. You can tag things. You can create a common taxonomy, a vocabulary, a standard. And I think the organization that will be most effective in doing is something which is transnational, something that looks at it globally, but has a bent to look at things regionally and locally as such, and understand the geographical difference as independent of nations and definitely independent of the mega corporations which are controlling much of the internet power. So UN is in a great position to be able to spearhead an initiative to create a standard and embed that standard into the HTTP protocol and the browsers and the technologies of the future, the social media. I think they will be in a very good place to adopt it, because as consumers would embrace the labeling that this brings out, it will start to change consumer behavior. Today, we do not have, yes, we get notifications about our usage, but we don't have a labeling just like what you see in the drug industry, like the way you see in the food industry. And those are creating changed behavior. So we have to take the regulations and standards and apply that and have the companies be held accountable to quality of the digital world as such, just like we care about the quality of what we see in the world of food and drug and healthcare. We need to raise the quality of the digital footprint to the next level.
Thanks, Gunjan. I think as the United Nations Internet Governance Forum, as a key body on internet issues for the UN, we will take this up and hopefully, we'll reach out to you over the next few weeks to, get a formal shape to what this framework should look like. I know you have been championing data philanthropy and other initiatives, and I hope we will get your support on this. And now, moving this to the next level, I was looking at the data. We do our annual report called Internet and Jobs. I was looking at the current ongoing study that we are doing called Internet and Jobs 2022. So we also asked one of the questions like, how many hours do you spend on the internet? So the last part, 10 plus hours on per daily basis. The number is 20%. So 1 out of 5 actually spend more than 10 hours on the internet. And if you really look at the data of how many photos get uploaded on Snapchat, on Facebook, on WhatsApp, Insta, it's 14.1 billion. 14.1 billion photographs a day. And if I look at people spending time, average of 6.9 hours on the internet. And I think Smriti alluded to the fact that, the younger generation, I think today older generation are spending more time, probably we need to study that as well. So we call them younger adults. So Smriti, given the fact that you have said that we need to be more conscious of how we approach our usage of the internet, do you think like we do intermittent fasting for health, we should do internet fasting for planetary health? And also now we have 4 days a week coming up. Should we also do an internet holiday 2 day a week? Will it be feasible for the younger generation to consider that? Or maybe time to draw, as Dino said, standards, guidelines, and I think as Gunjan said that we need to come out with frameworks of the labeling or the standards embedding an IP protocol. Do you think we need to come out with the internet etiquette for people, like what it means and how we use internet on a daily basis?
I certainly think that internet etiquettes, we should come up with a report of internet etiquettes. I think, as you said regarding youth, I think what we need to consider that like on internet, while using internet, that what's necessary and what's not necessary. Like what necessary stuff we are doing and what unnecessary stuff we are doing on internet, right? So we need to consider like for what purposes we are using internet. So like we need to see what kind of platforms we are using, what kind of content we are accessing. And suppose, for example, we are talking about internet etiquettes, like for example, there is a lot of fake news, fake information is out there, right? So if I access an information blindly, what I'll do, I'll go and I spread that information, right? So what if that information is fake information, disinformation? I am again spreading it, and I am again contributing to digital carbon footprint. So at that minute level, we need to consider our responsibility. So yeah.
Thank you, Smriti. You made that important point of how we get carried by the things that are there and how we contribute to it. I remember last year I wrote a paper with the Center for International Relations, which is a Poland-based European think tank. It was about democracy in the age of social media. And I'll bring this point, and I think Gunjan has also highlighted, Dinu also, touched upon that, and Mr. Pandey also touched that. See, earlier what happened, democracy as an institution was created hundreds of years ago, where you saw a leader working, and then you actually voted them or elected them. Now, in the age of social media, which is, I would call it internet, so there was that age when democracy was created for servant leadership. You actually saw them working, you elected them. Now what has happened is you get bombarded by messages, and I'm alluding this for the fact that we are still having an angle of responsible internet usage. So someone whom you don't know is now parachuted into the age with too many messages coming, creating a positive image, you elect that. So servant leadership has become celebrity leadership in the age of social media. Whether democracy was made for this age, we don't know. I mean, that's a very different dimension of responsibility on the internet, but I would ask each of my panelists if they wish to comment on this, starting with Gunjan.
Yeah. No, and I think, you raise a good point here. I think what social media, digital media is doing is, as you said, there's a lot of way for people to propel themselves and get into the center of attention, which is completely an antithesis to, the paradigm of servant leadership, where the role is focused much more on supporting and being the force to help drive change and support your team, support the society or your organization. And when you get into the world where celebrity notions become more important than the agenda, the passion, the impact, I think you start to see the wrong behaviors. And I think we have to change the role model, and we have to celebrate people who are behind the scene as much as people who are in the scene or in the social media. And I think this is part of the problem of the new media, is that it accelerates what I call more celebrity worship. And we are not able to distinguish between fact and fiction. And it leads to more responsibility for those people who are in celebrity position to be more responsible. But it also means that we have to bring out stories which illustrate the power of servant leadership, illustrate the power of true people who are behind the scene doing real work, and not just people who are in the limelight.
Thanks, Gunjan. Dino, would you like to add to this?
Thank you. Definitely. I think, especially looking at the outcome of this excellent report that was produced on the responsible internet usage. And again, using the hat, my previous hat of internal auditor, one of the main principles of auditing is that you cannot manage what you don't measure. And two is that you cannot responsibly govern when you don't know the risk. So I think this report highlights exactly the key component of these two concepts. One, it tries to quantify, tries to measure what is the impact of using the new technologies. And two, what are the risks? So I think with these two very meaningful input, we can now start creating on top of this, for example, risk assessment criteria, and provide organization that intend, that plan to make use of this technology to conduct an analysis and be aware of what are the costs, the benefits, and the risk of engaging or adopting and implementing this kind of technologies in their internal processes. So while, of course, we will never be able to mitigate all the risk, but at least we can start demonstrating that we try to be accountable and responsible in the use of this technology by first and foremost identifying the risk and where it's possible trying to mitigate those risks. Thank you.
Thanks, Jinu. Osama, your view? Osama, are you online? Okay. I don't think we are able to have him. So, Smriti, your view on this?
So I think there are two parts of the internet, like two sides of the internet. Like first is the influence it generates, and second, how we receive the information. Like, and for what purpose we are accessing it.
Dr. Pandey, your views on this?
I think I have only two things to say. One is about democracy and how democracy intersects wrongly or rightly with internet usage, which could probably mean right from emailing to being on social media, on LinkedIn, and so on and so forth. There has been a tendency, and since I've been now working on this whole notion of how technology intersects with democracy, and how does that really take us into the post-truth era? That is one of the most critical things which technology is really going to do, which will mean that many of our leaders in democracy, the moment they survive 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, then the only thing to perpetuate the leadership and getting back to power is to a very large degree driven by how you project yourself. So there is nothing like servant or leader. It is all about taking people in any democracy in the post-truth era, which will mean that even while you're not doing anything as a leader, you will try and use the media or the technology in such a way that you take democracy to a point when it becomes populism. So that is the one thing and one crisis which we are seeing across the world, mostly in Africa, fairly deep influence in Asia, and that is also playing out in a different way altogether in transatlantic. So that is the kind of downside that technology will bring in, whereby it will really put people in post-truth era, and they will be doing things which is going to be told to them will happen 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, and not now. The second part, before I came for this discussion, I quickly went through the sustainability report of Google and Facebook. They both mention, unfortunately, that the usage of technology by an individual is about 229 kilograms CO2 equivalent of CO2. So therefore, the first thing is, before we go into applied notion and concept of how companies need to behave and conduct themselves, it will be a very good idea to sort of put some kind of incentive through regulation, and also probably tell them that, look, whatever you have been doing, you need to at least begin to report through your sustainability compliance reports in terms of what you have been doing and what is really needed to be done, because it is not only what somebody has done, but there has to be a pathway for companies in order to what they will do over 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, and 20 years. And finally, I'm a great believer of the knowledge that we have. How do we really leverage that knowledge to educate, for that knowledge to sink in deeper in the younger generation? And I think more than checklist or anything else, it will be a very good idea to figure out as to how could NGOs, civil society, including the governments, could reach out to schools, colleges, because I can see a very distinct possibility of counseling centers being opened not far away from now, but in about 5 to 7 years, where people would be treated, or they will need the treatment for getting over with a post-truth scenario that they will that they will get into with excessive use of technology. So I think schools, colleges, parenting, companies, and then the governments will really need to be very careful in terms of what they do, on how they project what they've been doing, and not really fall off the cliff from being a democratic setup to that of being a populist setup altogether. So not really be a regime, but be a system. Technology should really help us reach there and not really take the wind out of us.
Thank you. I think this is such a engaging discussion on a topic. I think we have still not scratched the surface of the internet or technologies, but we are still seeing the impact. I mean, this brings me, and Dr. Pandey has in every intervention talked about knowledge, and I will bring to you one interesting theory called the Buckminster-Fuller curve. I don't know if you're aware about it. The rate of doubling of information has increased to such an extent that around the 1500 used to happen in once in 500 years. Then it became 250, then it became 100 years, then it became 50, 25. In 2021, it was 12 hours. Every 12 hours, we were doubling information. But despite having so much of information, I think we have not become, I would not even call it knowledgeable. If we are knowledgeable, we're not even wise enough, because we are seeing kind of conflicts that are happening, the way degradation of the planet is happening. And this is being said, I think Gunjan also made this point. And Dr. Pandey highlighted about 250 kilograms of carbon emission per individual. I think we are shooting beyond our weight in terms of carbon for sure. And if they say there is nothing free, either you are the product, my worry is not about we being the product. My worry is planet being the victim of being the product, and where we are heading it, we don't know. At this time, I would think as a panel, we would stop talking, but we would like to hear from the audience on this topic of being responsible towards humanity for using internet, and even people who are online and offline in the room. Please shoot your questions, and let's also learn what your perspective are on this issue. Okay, there's a question in the room.
Thank you very much for this very exciting and illuminating discussion. I have two comments. One is that I think we have focused more on the general and global impacts and the effects. I haven't had discussion around issue of digital dementia because we have become so scrumped to technology that we are not able to remember things. You know, we trust that any information that we have, we would have to kick on our handsets to help us remember. We now don't care about spelling words. We trust that the computer would help us to do so, and we also lose our sense of grammar because computers would always do that. So I think that is leading to loss of analytical skills among the people. And I think this is something that is very difficult to quantify, and therefore perhaps not so visible as the issue of carbon emission and so forth. My other point is that I think we have to be a little bit careful about generalizing propositions. I come from Africa. I know that the majority of Africans are digitally excluded, and therefore they have no access to the technology, the devices, for them to even be addicted. Right now, I think our concern is how do we ensure that the vast majority of Africans are digitally included. Now, if we focus the discussion, which is very good, that we are creating environmental sustainability challenges, exclusively on that without drawing attention to the need that people actually have a very, very critical need for digital access. We would fall into the hands of unaccountable governments in developing countries who will now say, okay, because there's so much concern about carbon emission, we don't have to do much about including our population. I think we will be saving them will be contributing to addressing the carbon print and so forth. So, so that sort of narrative could actually further deepen the digital marginalization of certain people in the global south. Thank you very much.
I think very important point you make, sir, and I promise you will not have digital dementia on your point. We'll make sure that this is raised, and I think yesterday in our discussion it came out, I think it was some other panel that I was on, that in Africa there is no hardware manufacturing, there is no software. Only thing that is done here is repair and probably reuse. So it's on the other end of the circular economy. Now my worry for nations like Africa and even mine like India, we are like still not developed. We are developing countries, probably lower middle income developing countries. And if we start putting carbon emissions to such countries and not denominating by per capita, we would be at the wrong end of the political spectrum where people will ask us to limit emissions, so we'll not become developed and will be asked to be environmentally responsible. Now that's a very different but an important debate that the policymakers or parliamentarians should engage at the UN level. What's the roadmap for that? Having said that, I totally understand that this is an issue that we cannot generalize either statements or our policy papers. It's a very, very divided world. Yes, I agree on that. Thank you. Any other questions? Or yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentations and the talks that have come through. I'm very excited to understand that there is effort towards writing something about responsible internet usage. It has been spoken about in various platforms, but there is no scientific documentation that has actually come to enable users to be able to make conscious decisions whenever they are engaging with the internet. So the tools that you are proposing here, I think would be important that they be looked at all levels of the society, including governments and even civil society. And I think it even breaks down into social and personal lives, where parents can now be able to look at it and see there is a criteria in which we must be responsible as we go online. It's encouraged that many people move online for purposes of socioeconomic development. But as we do that, we have to remain conscious that the global warming is here with us. And there's also an effort or an input that you can do at individual level and at corporate level. I come from a regulatory entity, and we've been educating consumers on responsible internet usage. But we do not have specific tools that we can give them and tell them that operator so-and-so, you can use this criteria to evaluate yourself and be able to know that out of the mass of communication that you release every day or receive every day, this is the carbon footprint that you cause. So if that tool can come in, including the eco rating or labeling, digital labeling that you've indicated to, I think it will go a long way and help in decision making. So as my other people have recommended, this is a progressive journey. But as we double information, let's also double the effort in terms of responsibility. Because again, we have allowed internet to be a platform for entertainment and for celebrities. Yet internet was actually meant for purpose of rejuvenating our economies. Is it possible that we will now reach a point where we can classify that this is professional use of internet, and for those on social or entertainment platforms, this is the responsibility matrix that you need to apply? And perhaps if that cost of posting entertainment stuff could be elevated higher than posting professional work, production. Without such a difference, I believe that we will drive purpose clearly to say internet was meant to help the office or the production move this much. Those who want to take it for entertainment, welcome. But then this is your effect on the environment. Because we cannot all bombard the net, make it poisonous, with information and content that was not meant to really move society to the next front. Yeah, you talked about the amount that is loaded on Snapchat and all those photos. They could be allowed to continue running, but can we give them a price? Normally in taxing, and I'm glad one of the panelists here is an auditor, when you are doing taxes for a country, there is what we call sin tax. You can still enjoy your drink, but you'll pay slightly more. as compared to those who are perhaps producing food. They will pay tax, but at a level that is affordable. So I think I like the progress towards this, and I look forward to enjoying the printout that you have done, the report that you have released, and please make it available and let us work together to get this one done. Thank you so much.
I think you have a very important message, and I take that as the information is doubling, action should also double. And I think we should denominate that by responsibility metrics that Gunjan also alluded to. And below that, we should dominate that by purpose behind that. You should do anything, but it should be with the purpose and it should be responsibility. I think that will help people inculcate that feeling of saying every step I take is either going up or taking me down. I think we should work together. I'll definitely give you this report, and it should be on the Dynamic Coalition of Internet and Jobs website at the IGF. Shortly, but really appreciate your inputs, and we should work together. Any other questions online? Smithy, do you have online questions? We still have time. We'll take questions. We'll take few online questions, then we'll get to the room. Yeah.
Okay, so we have few questions, so I'll start one by one. As we are moving towards automation and our dependency on internet has increased many bounds, especially in the wake of COVID-19 followed by remote working, how feasible it is to use internet responsibly?
Gunjan, I'll pass this to you, the pioneer of the internet.
Can you repeat the question for a second, just so I make sure I got it right?
Sure, sir. As we are moving towards automation and our dependency on internet has increased many bounds, especially in the wake of COVID-19 followed by remote working, how feasible it is to use internet responsibly?
So I think one of the big benefits of the internet is that it is facilitating remote work, which is naturally socially distanced by its definition, that you can work from anywhere, and the mobility creates that. I think the internet has been, in many ways, been an enabler for a lot of ways in which we were able to handle the COVID-19 crisis. And I think that's the positive side of what the internet has brought. And I think I come back to the question that, as we think about automation and AI and machine learning and all the future technologies, we have to think about a very important point. I think Professor Gupta touched upon it. It is the profit and purpose have to be married together. That has to be an important agenda. And technologies like AI, it's not just to create billions for few people. It should be what I call AI for billions, where AI creates value for billions of people. So what has happened in our first version of AI is that it's actually creating and accelerating wealth generation for few corporations and leaving a lot of people behind. I think I see the internet's evolution now in a much more distributed, what I call decentralized architecture in a federated world. And I think that is where some amount of regulation, labeling, and other things have to come into place to be able to orchestrate this decentralization and distributed architecture. And as we do that, I think, what internet can do in crisis like COVID or other, human health crisis or social emergencies, it'll actually be a force multiplier, much more than it ever did, even in the wake of the COVID crisis.
Thanks, Gunjan. I'll just add to that even as we speak here, it's not that, everything is wrong. You have islands of excellence and you have islands of ignorance. And I'll give you an example, like I think very important point has been raised in that question, that how do we, be responsible? So we have examples of corporates, we have examples of countries where after office hours, you're not supposed to send email, read email, or even bother to respond. That's an example already. We have corporations which are moving to a 4-day week. We don't know how it's going to pan out, because we also have seen a corporation saying work 48 hours a week. So you will always have islands of ignorance matching with islands of excellence. What we need to do is what Dinu proposed, setting up the best practices. That's one point. And on the automation part, I think very clear, we should not be indiscriminate. We should be discrete. If you just go on indiscriminate automation, then you do not require panelists like us. There would be AI which will tell you a response to everything, because the information is anyway doubling after every 12 hours. And we won't have people coming all the way to attend the IGF at all. Probably in next 5 years, it will be all done digitally. Thank you.
Yeah. And there's one point I would add here, if you don't mind. a lot has been talked about, how we audit, kind of as humans, what we do, right? The risk management, the compliance, the governance, the audit, all of that has been very well, formulated. But we also have to now start thinking about how do we govern AI, because algorithms can make biases, can make, discrimination, can create challenges in the society. If a self-driving car is moving, and an accident happens, who gets affected? Is the driver gets affected, or is the, does the algorithm design? Who does it protect? So there are some major societal issues. So we have to come out with a framework to govern, AI itself. And these are, standards and best practices related questions that I think organizations have to start to address so that corporations and individuals can adopt these things moving forward.
Thanks, Gunjan. That makes a solid case for ethical AI. So we'll go one question online, then we'll go to the room for the questions.
Next question. How important it is to incorporate environmental digital responsibility in the education system? Is something being done for the same?
So anyone from the panel wants to respond? Dinu?
Yeah, I can try to give an answer, not really from an educational, although I did have some experience in academics. What we're trying to do, for example, as I mentioned before, vis-a-vis my quest to be able to provide assurance on the use of new technologies, I started partnering with another non-for-profit professional association, and we built a capability maturity model for blockchain usage. It's called the BMM, Blockchain Maturity Model, and this was done in collaboration with the Government Blockchain Association of Washington, D.C. And so this is, for me, an example of an initial effort to start creating that framework that the previous panelist, Gujan, was alluding to. We try to create a model within which we could include all the aspects that, for example, have been mentioned today and been alluded to in the report. So we included 11 elements, such as governance, such as security, such as privacy, such as sustainability. So I think that this kind of tools, if I can call it like that, can help this discussion and can help create awareness in younger generation to be used also in educational curricula in order to provide those criteria that, for example, were alluded to before, to have an holistic appreciation and assessment vis-a-vis the use of these technologies. Thank you.
And I will mention one of the initiatives that I did during my stint as advisor to the Health Minister of India. We created a very small booklet. I think we have reached a stage in the age of Twitter where 250 characters define how much time attention span you will get. So this was a very small pictorial booklet meant for school children. It was like a 10-pager with photographs on what are the good habits that you should have. And this was done in coordination with the Ministry of Education, and released. I think that's where every country, we should focus on primary education and let the ministries of health and education work together to, do something locally, because this could be provincial subject or state subjects rather than at a national level, because things widely differ. With this, I would like to take questions from the room before we wrap in next 5 minutes. Yeah. Can you please get the mic over to him?
Thank you, sir. Regarding the responsible internet usage, what I want to ask was that this responsibility by itself, we have to see from many dimensions. This may just reach to the socio-economic, at the same time the cultural background. So culturally, you see, the society has to be more aware about their responsibility and at the same time, the accountability for what they just did. Now, what I wanted to ask straight was that, how do you just see it, for example, regarding usage of internet? At the same time, there is content are there. Those contents have to be manageable, I mean. So towards that, with the content-wise, how do you just see that? The localization means bringing some content that is related to the internet in terms of the cultural aspects. That means that the content have to be more to be viable to the culture of the existing society. What I mean that, for example, in developing country and developed country, some aspect may be, in some part, the norm may not allow those content. In other part, the contents may be just, it is allowable. So in that case, how do you just see the responsible usage of internet in relation with this content management and localization? That is my question.
I think you would have very deep insights to ask this question, and I would say that look at the culture policy of a few African countries, and I would credit them. I just had drafted the culture policy for India to adopt, and the point that came out is a good learning. I have quoted that country's culture policy, and very specific thing has been talked that in the age of internet, where people would look at everything in the world and forget their own culture, so the content and other things should be aligned to the local culture. It's a very important point, and I think like that country has put, I think it's Zambia probably, I'll get to that name. It's there mentioned in the culture policy, but very happy to send you details of that. I think every country, while we need to be globally connected and globalized, we should not forget our culture. The moment we forget our culture, our roots to humanity will be gone. So very important, but I'm glad you brought this dimension out. That will also be one of the important dimensions of responsible internet use. And thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel Yeda is my name. I'm from Uganda. I work at African Union. It's in form of a suggestion, but still I'll ask a question at the end. Internet usage is all about someone's perception. The data he wants to access online, actually data is open to everyone depending on the kind of internet you're using. If it is my personal data, I can access anything. And also depending on the data protection law in the country, in the country you are. In the morning, I had the chance to attend a data protection session, like improving data protection laws. So I think if it is in an organization, then there is those people, the technical people, can limit what data you have to access whenever you're using their internet. But the main issue is when someone is using his own data. And then the question is, different countries have different charges on the data bundles. Is there a way that is there a convention which can maybe govern the data charges in different societies?
Thank you. I will let Dino comment if he wants to on that, and then Gunjan, and then finally I will.
So, I mean, from my point of view, I don't think that there are specific terms and condition on the usage specific for this kind of technologies. Although, as I alluded to before, I think
Yeah, no, I think I would echo the same sentiment here. When Dino mentioned that, well, we've got to understand this in a much more spherical way, not top down, understand it from all angles, because part of it is, I'm a big believer, and I think I mentioned about, we have to take the concepts of global networks, and now the next wave of it has to be regionalized, more distributed, more federated, and more personalized, so that whether it's the regulations that we create, whether it's the understanding of how we leverage the data. And I think the current internet has become too centralized. The power is sitting with too few corporations who control what ends up happening. And I think it behooves all of us to come up with a internet architecture, and through policies, through regulations and self-regulations, change that paradigm.
Thanks, Gunjan. And I will only bring that practical aspects of all of us viewing website. It says essential cookies tick, other data. We do not know what essential data, what essential cookies they're asking. I mean, this is a 13-page document. No one will bother to, read all that. Can we simplify it to 5 lines so that people understand what data they are sharing, what will happen to their, what you call, when people start snooping their data or leaking it or selling it. I think we need to get to the user-generated consensus of what they want to share, not those 5 corporations deciding and sitting on forums and telling, I have a 13-page legal document, you'll never understand, you'll never be able to fight, but you share all data to us. So I think that's the level of simplicity we want. What am I sharing? Which country I am browsing, which device I am browsing from, what is my age, what is my digital footprint. So they actually get access to all the data. We need to get to that level of simplicity, but I think the last question that you raised is the most important question. That is a very good way to end the session. And I would like each of my panelists to give a 30-second action item they think we should start with. Starting with Gunjan, obviously.
Yeah. No, thank you, Professor Gupta. I think you said it right. And I come back to, no one understands a 30-page document. It really doesn't take us anywhere. So I go back to, let us look at what's already working. When I go to the grocery store, when I buy something, I can see what I'm consuming, how it is impacting me as a person. When I go to a website, I need to see that. And it needs to be in a simple way. So this is, the carbohydrate, this is the protein, this is, the fat and the content. If I see that, then I decide whether I want to consume a lot of it or I want to consume a little of it or none of it. I think internet needs to get to the same level of simplicity and labeling, and it needs to be top down and consensus based bottom up. We need to create that architecture and the standard for the future generations to get the best out of the internet potential that has not yet been realized.
Thanks, Dino.
Thank you. So from my point of view, really, to summarize some of the comments that have been made during this panel, I think that the next step, to be very practical, should be to make sure that there is an adequate level of inclusion of all the parties, all the stakeholders that should contribute to the building, the development of this generally, let's call it generally accepted criteria for responsible use of internet, and create fora where all these parties can come together and agree on simple terms to explain and to provide framework for practical implementation around this subject. Thank you.
Puran, 30 seconds for you.
Thank you very much. I have 3 very quick points. One, schools are the key. And there are more than 1 billion plus people studying in schools and colleges around the world. Can we really educate them about advantages and disadvantages and make them the part of this advocacy so that they become the part of the solution tomorrow? Second thing, we have to incentivize individual behavior. If I somehow get incentivized by some degree of incentive, or there could be some kind of pat on the back, that would probably go a long way to further drive that message down to last single person in my home, in my society, in my community. And finally, I would really like to see some kind of a broad-based regulation. It could be either in terms of taxes or incentives, so that companies begin to really behave in a way that they really stay away. I mean, I don't really mind companies making money. They must make, because that is why they are there. But they need to create more value, because when value is created, you can distribute the value. But if you're working only on the profit part of it, then profits will go only in the few hands or in the few pockets. So these are the three things: hold people and companies accountable, give them incentive, and make this 1.23 billion students while studying in schools and colleges as a part of the solution. And they are the ones who will really change the things, because tomorrow they will get married, they will come out, they will work, they will have a different kind of a
Thanks, Dr.
society
Pandey.
in which they're going to
Smriti,
work.
your views?
So
I just urge everyone to read this document and realize what the other side of the internet is doing to us. And we definitely need collaborative efforts for it, and for that we need individual actions. Thank you.
And I thank my expert panelists joining, making very important interventions, giving us action items for the future, and those who asked us very important questions, giving us the dimensions that we need to still complete this document to make it more comprehensive. And I look forward each one of you working with us at the Dynamic Coalition of Internet Jobs. A big round of applause for my expert panelists. Thank you.
For those of you who are joining us in person and online, welcome. And thank you for coming to our session, Jointly Tackling Disinformation and Promoting Human Rights, organized by the African Union, European Union Digital for Development Hub, or more commonly referred to as the AU-EU D4D Hub. My name is Eden. I'm an Ethiopian entrepreneur, journalist, and cybersecurity expert, and it is an honor and privilege to be here with you all today. This topic is one that's very near and dear to my heart, so very much looking forward to the discussion. But first, I want to quickly emphasize the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement, bringing together civil society, private sector, public sector, government, academia, to contribute meaningfully to the conversation and influence digital policies. Also very fitting with the spirit of IGF, I would say. While disinformation is very much a global issue, this discussion will focus on Africa-Europe perspectives and cooperation, which is really at the heart and scope of the AU-EU D4D Hub's work. Now I'd like to briefly turn your attention to Slido, which is a live quiz app that we will be using to interact with you, our audience, sporadically throughout the session. You can join Slido by scanning the QR code, which is plastered around the room for those of you who are in person. And for our online audience, you can join by clicking the link. So please do take part, whether you're joining us in person or virtually, and our team is also here to assist you if you have any questions. So the first question, which I'd like to turn your attention to on Slido, is which country are you from? And I assume, being at the IGF, that we will have a nice variety of responses. As we navigate into the fourth industrial revolution, we must keep our eyes and minds open to the challenges of digitalization, in particular disinformation, which is something that needs to be addressed on a local, national, and transcontinental level. But first, what is disinformation? Simply put, disinformation is information intended to mislead people. With the prevalence of the internet across the world and subsequently the rise of social media platforms, disinformation has become increasingly weaponized against population by causing division, chaos, hatred, and uncertainty. And it's also causing a lot of damage politically, economically, and societally, but we'll get into that a bit later. All right, yeah, as suspected, we see a nice diversity of countries, so this is the live version, so we're getting more and more countries into the word cloud. That's great. I'd like to turn your attention back to our favorite tool, Slido. For those of you who are just joining us in the room, we are interacting using a live quiz app called Slido, and you're able to participate by scanning the QR code that's plastered around the room. And so we will be asking a few questions sporadically throughout the session, so please do take part in that. So again, on Slido, I would like to introduce you to our second question, which is, which sector do you represent? So please input your responses on the app. You can choose between public sector, private sector, CSO, academia, or other. All right, that's great. We're getting some responses. Private sector and international cooperation, that's great. Also seeing people from civil society, private sector, academia, so very well represented, I think, from many groups. So in this discussion, we hope to gather a set of practical recommendations on how to best tackle disinformation while safeguarding human rights. And this will be gathered from inputs by you, the audience, and also our speakers. Now we turn to our esteemed speakers, Simone Tusi, Charlotte Carnell, and Odanga Madung. Thank you so much for being part of this discussion with us today. In the interest of time, I'd like to remind our speakers to please keep your responses to 3 minutes. So Simon, starting with you. You are a project officer at the Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa, or in short, CIPESA. You're working closely at the intersection of policy, technology, democracy, and human rights. You focus on research, community engagement, and advocacy on African digital policies, and examine the interference with human rights and democratic processes, such as privacy laws, surveillance regulations, and government mechanisms to tackle disinformation in Africa. So, Simon, why have you focused particularly on multi-stakeholder collaboration in your research, and what do stakeholders need to collaborate better?
Okay, well, thank you, Eden. Thank you, everyone. So, why we have focused on the multi-stakeholder collaboration on the research is I will start by that question and then the second part. Well, the focus on multi-stakeholder collaboration was mainly because we found that disinformation is a multifaceted phenomenon that implies all the stakeholders and affects democracy and human rights that are binding issues, binding stakes for all these stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, I think we have not defined it yet. When we say multi-stakeholder, we mean at the same time governments, intergovernmental organizations, we mean civil society, we mean private sector, media, journalists, and population, and sometimes the academia as well. So we have found that through the report mainly, we found that disinformation, it manifests through many ways. It can be deep fakes, it can be identity theft, it can be many other forms of disinformation. And it is perpetrated by a diversity of actors. We have these governments that I have cited sometimes, they are carrying out, or just political actors, they are carrying out disinformation campaigns to either gain power or keep power. And we may have influencers. I'm just citing some examples. We may have influencers who carry out disinformation campaigns, maybe to help political actors. Sometimes they are paid to do that. And sometimes it's for their private interests, just to push to widen their audience. We may have also the information by sometimes population, and at that time we talk about misinformation. They receive false news without checking if it is false news. They display it on social network or their messaging applications. And we found also that disinformation spreads through social media, mainstream media, and these messaging applications that I was talking about. Well, and the most important part is that sometimes the measures that stakeholders use to tackle disinformation are not always effective. They are either inadequate or ineffective, because when the government, for example, uses a measure to tackle disinformation as an individual entity, sometimes they will miss some aspects of the manifestation of disinformation, aspects that can be clarified by another stakeholder, like a civil society organization, or like a journalist. So when they miss that aspect, it means the measure put in place will not be effective. And in order to ensure that these measures are effective, it is not just the government. Well, I took it as an example. Also, civil society are taking measures. Private sector private sector companies are taking measures, but it doesn't always work well because they are missing some aspects. In order to make it work, in order to ensure that it works well, we've found as a solution that those actors should come together and collaborate and put together their competencies, their skills, their various expertises in order to jointly act against disinformation.
Thank you so much, Simone. I think you touched quite well on the range of disinformation techniques and also the actors responsible for perpetuating disinformation, particularly online. So now maybe we turn to our second speaker, Charlotte. Charlotte, you are working as operations director at Lie Detectors, an EU-wide journalist-led news literacy organization. Your main objective is to empower school kids and their teachers in Europe to act as powerful lie detectors and critical thinkers, which is much needed in a world that is facing increasing propaganda and distorted facts online. You do this by providing schools with fact-checked online content, helping students and teachers to understand news media and make informed choices. At the same time, Charlotte, you advocate for media and information literacy with European policymakers. So Charlotte, why did Lie Detectors decide to focus on building media literacy of school kids? And what have you learned from your experiences in the classrooms, but also from your advocacy work?
Well, thank you so much, Eden, for the question, and hi to all of you. I'm really thankful to be part of this discussion and to at least virtually be with all of you in Addis. And before I address your question, I want to give a brief shout out to Africa Check, because when Lie Detectors was founded almost 6 years ago, they were one of the first organizations that we spoke to. Because already at that time, Africa Check was not only doing fact-checking, but also sending journalists into schools, which is a large part of the work that we do at Lie Detectors. So Lie Detectors is an independent media literacy organization, and we work to counter the corrosive effects of disinformation and polarization on democracy. We are active in 5 European countries. We currently work with more than 250 journalists, and by the end of this year, we expect to have visited more than 1,300 classrooms. And we fulfill our mission, as you said, Eden, by empowering school kids and their teachers to tell fact from fake online, to understand how professional journalism works, and to apply basic journalistic skills. And we do that really practically by enabling journalists to go into schools and create moments of honest and authentic exchange. Why do we focus on school kids? Because we are convinced that fact-checking alone won't do the job. We think that everybody needs the skills to assess and critically think about information. And young kids and kids in school are actually a high-risk group for this and misinformation because they are targeted on channels that can't be monitored, and they are largely navigating them by themselves, so without their teachers or even their parents present. Of course, in terms of logistical possibilities, schools are a place where we can reach these kids. But yeah, it's not only that the kids benefit from it, but also the journalists, because they learn a lot about how this generation uses the news and consumes it. And then in addition to that, we also more and more train teachers directly, because we know that they really are the key allies to ensure that media literacy education is embedded in day-to-day teaching. And on your second question about what we've learned, I think I have, a message of empowerment, because we've really learned that if we approach digital literacy training in a way that is age appropriate, in a way that keeps the teacher safe, and in a way that meets the children where they are, we can already get a lot done. And teachers are really motivated, even more so since COVID. But they also tell us that they often don't really have time to teach media literacy, that there is too little recognition for their efforts, or simply that they themselves don't really possess the skills to teach the subject or this issue. And I have to say, I can sympathize because it can be quite a daunting task to discuss media literacy with children, given that they inhabit and navigate a very different information world than their teachers do. And in terms of advocacy, so we continually evaluate the feedback and the findings from our work, which enables us to feed these results to policymakers almost in real time. And we are seeing some changes as the OECD and the European Commission are increasingly backing the idea that journalists have very important skills to pass on. And also there is a growing desire to see a greater number of financially independent organizations acting in this space, so that the reliance on media platforms to fund them can be reduced.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. I think you touched upon a very important element in this discussion, which is media literacy, and I think also bringing in a unique context as well, as you said, focusing on children who are a high-risk group in this in countering disinformation. So now I'd like to turn your attention to Slido again. So we have a third question that we would like to bring your attention to, and the question is, in one word, how are you concerned by disinformation? So again, for those of you who are just joining us, either online or in person, we have a live quiz app that we are using to participate with you, the audience. So please take a few seconds to add your responses there. Okay, so Odanga. You are a journalist and a fellow at the Mozilla Foundation and a co-founder of Odipo Dev. You're also the go-to expert in Kenya for anybody who wants to talk about disinformation. You investigated closely on the role of social media companies on spreading disinformation in Africa, especially on the case of the Kenyan elections that occurred this summer. So Odanga, what is the role of private sector actors in tackling disinformation? And what are some of the good practices of collaboration between social media companies and other stakeholders?
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Odanga, and I currently am a fellow at the Mozilla Foundation. I think the role of private sector players when they're not profiting from disinformation, whenever they're not profiting from disinformation that is spread on their platform itself, is essentially to try and tackle it as much as possible and, keep it from spreading as far as they currently are letting it do. They have had a few successes in terms of, establishing the right kind of partnerships, such as partnering with civil society and partnering with fact checkers and instilling policies that essentially allow them to detect disinformation within their platforms. But at the same time, I would say that in many cases, we should think about this as being pleased with some of their efforts, but not necessarily satisfied with them. And this is mostly because, like I mentioned, we have a case whereby what really has been developed by social media companies and social media platforms is not only an engine of radicalization, as we have seen with many other conspiracy theories and attempts at disinformation, such as the Great Replacement theory. What we have is a perverted business model that relies on surveillance advertising and, relies on surveillance advertising and does not respect the rights to privacy for a lot of people. And therefore is in essence actually metastasizing the disinformation problem that is being brought about by, that is being pushed by malicious actors onto these platforms and might not necessarily be protecting the users of these platforms from the harmful effects that disinformation can cause. So, there is a very, very clear amount of platform accountability and accountability work that needs to be done to call these private sector players out and ensure that we are actually able to achieve some form of information justice. Because I think, just as the previous speaker had mentioned, fact-checking alone is not enough. And even in some cases, media literacy alone is not enough, right? There has to be a very clear accountability mechanism to hold these platforms to account, because a lot of the time, the biggest problem with misinformation and disinformation is not that it's published, right? A big problem with misinformation and disinformation, especially in this internet age, is largely because it is algorithmically amplified by these companies. And because of the engagement-based algorithmic amplification by these companies within their platforms, they also end up profiting from misinformation and disinformation. This is a very serious problem. People die from all of these things. So what do we do about that? How do we, be able to get some compensation from these companies for the cases where there are very clear causes of harm? There are trillion-dollar companies that are completely failing to invest in keeping their users safe. This is an extractive model that is based on taking data from marginalized populations across the world, and in return, they end up making a ton of money from it. So, my main thing, and a lot of the investigations that I do about it, focuses on trying to understand what exactly are these failures and what can we go ahead and do about them.
Thank you so much, Odanga. I think mentioning the role of social media in perpetuating or even worsening disinformation is a very key or critical element of our discussion. And also you touched upon accountability, which I think is really important for these social media giants in protecting all their users from disinformation. Great, so now I'm looking at the responses from the audience on our previous question, and I think it's quite visible. It visibly reflects the diversity of our audience, both online and in person. So, and that's really essential to our conversation. So thank you for taking part in that. Simona, coming back to you. In your recent report, Disinformation Pathways and Effects on Democracy and Human Rights in Africa, you compared the effects of disinformation in 5 different African countries: Ethiopia, Cameroon, Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda. What are the most effective measures to tackle disinformation that doesn't affect human rights, and what can we learn from these experiences?
Okay, I think it is important to underline that these countries were chosen. They were taken as sample for regional representativeness. So we tried to have as much. We tried to have one country per sub-region in Africa, even if North Africa for now is not represented. But the other criteria was looking for countries where we have had elections or high political protests in the last 5 years, because that was the focus of the report. It was about disinformation during elections or periods of high political protest. So looking at those countries and the occurrences of disinformation found and the measures put in place by actors, I think it is very, very difficult to speak about a measure to tackle disinformation that does not affect human rights. For now, I think we don't have one. But we have some measures that could go without, for now, could go without affecting human rights. But they are still not effective due to some aspect that I'm going to underline. Those measures are fact-checking that was mentioned earlier. Fact-checking is is an effective, it's a possibly effective measure in that sense that you can easily show and clearly show how a news or an information is false or not false through facts, through examples, through analysis and of sources and many other things. But fact checking is facing other challenges like lack of access to information. Governments, most of these governments of these countries that we study are very close to publish public information. So access to information is not a common good in these countries. And in Cameroon, for example, we don't have a law on access to information. We don't have a well-established mechanism to ensure that the public can access information, even information that is public information, government information. He spoke about accountability. He was talking about platform, but we can also talk about accountability on governments and governmental agencies. So we don't have that information. We don't have platform where we can access that information in these countries. Nigeria is doing is a little work about that, open government partnership, open government. Yes, Nigeria is working on that. And in Cameroon, you have local initiatives by government, CSO, civil society organizations, to ensure that we have open municipalities. But still, we don't have that established mechanism to allow access to information. Well, we have fact-checking, and there is also that measure that governments generally use to address disinformation. That is raising awareness. Yeah, we are talking about collaboration, multi-stakeholder collaboration. The government tried to gather multi-actors like private companies, Facebook, in occurrence, like the civil society, like journalists. When the presidential election was approaching in 2018, and I'm talking about Cameroon, yes, and they tried to figure out how to tackle disinformation, how to fight against disinformation during the election period. And the main activity that they carried out was raising awareness. And when they raise awareness, they will send SMS messages to people, informing them on the risk that they face about disinformation, informing them about the sanction that they also risk if they share false news, and about the attitude that they can adopt if they have a dubious message. And when you go through this awareness raising, you see that the sanction comes from the law that is not very clear about what is disinformation. And when you see the sanction that is very, very high sometimes, it can either lead people to self-censorship. I mean, it can tackle disinformation, but at the same time, it will suppress free expression. So when you look about these two measures, fact-checking and awareness raising, you say that there are ways in which we can tackle disinformation without affecting human rights, but they still have many challenges. And the main way to tackle, to use these means without affecting human rights or to face these challenges is to come together. I will come back again and again on the fact of coming together as multi-actors, multi-stakeholders to better do it, because if I will take one example this time, if you are if you are involving civil society or human rights lawyers in the regulatory processes, it will be easier to have provisions against disinformation, or even content regulations that respect human rights and respect it from international principles of human rights. So that is if you bring on board civil society organizations, human rights defenders, lawyers, intergovernmental organizations, you may have the expertise need as a government to do a fair regulatory process to tackle disinformation. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Simone, for that insightful response. So my next question is for Charlotte. Imagine lie detectors would receive a mandate to advise European and African leaders on how to jointly tackle disinformation. What would be your main recommendations on that front, and what do you think should be prioritized?
Thanks so much for this question. And Simone, it was really interesting to hear your thoughts about the challenges of fact-checking, and building on that and repeating what I said earlier. As important as fact-checking is, we really think that fact-checking alone won't solve this problem of disinformation. We advocate for media literacy to be an integral part of school and teacher training. And an important step in the right direction, which we strongly support, is the OECD's move to integrate critical digital literacy into its school rankings. We think that media literacy should be taught across all subject areas and not be confined to one subject only. And we really need investment in teacher training to achieve this. It's necessary, building on what I said earlier, to aim for impact among young age groups, because by the time that these students go to university, it can already be too late. I think it's really important that we don't tell kids what to think, but that we tell them that they should think, assess, and question information independently. It's really like training a muscle reflex without taking sides. So building on that, it's really important to address the topic in a way that's inclusive, that we keep it light and fun and non-political. And what we really advocate for is that we need students to feel empowered and not frightened. So it's really important to give them very practical tools that they can easily use themselves. So for example, when our journalists go into classroom, they show kids how to use a reverse image search, how they can look up images online. But we also think that until that goal is reached, until media literacy is embedded in all curricula, our model, which facilitates the secondment of expert into educational settings, works really well as long as training and quality checks are in place, because these trustworthy external actors can make a big difference in a classroom, as they have leave a very long-lasting impression with their students. Speaking from an operations perspective, one really shouldn't underestimate what it takes to make more than 1,000 classroom visits per year possible. It's really a significant logistical undertaking because there are so many different stakeholders involved. We're dealing with different countries, education system, which all come with their unique opportunities and challenges. So additionally, the topic itself, of course, is rapidly evolving. So it's necessary to have the right systems in place to continuously monitor, control quality, and really be on top of what's happening in different contexts. Lastly, and I think this nicely ties in with what we heard earlier, it's very important to safeguard the independence of media literacy education. So funding mechanisms should not hinder this independence, both of education and media literacy work, but also of journalism. And yeah, maybe before I close, as you've heard, most of our work currently is happening in Europe, but if anyone in the audience in Addis or here online would like our help in getting a similar initiative started in your context and region, please reach out. My colleague will also put the contact information in the chat. And I really look forward to your questions and thoughts during the discussion. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. So Odanga, coming back to the role of social media platform on the spread of disinformation, you investigated different attempts and measures of regulating social media platforms worldwide. What would be your dream scenario for the future?
Thank you. I quite frankly, I'm not sure. I think as a journalist, I like to burn things down. I usually find people asking me what is the solution, and I'm like, but my job is to find problems. Anyway, I think my dream solution in this specific case, I think would be number one. I think very nuanced intervention from regulators into understanding and trying to regulate the social media and internet industry, and not necessarily focusing on information control, because I feel like a lot of the time when a lot of especially African governments go into the business of trying to actually regulate what happens on the internet, they usually like, we don't like what people are saying on the internet, let us go and try to regulate the internet. No. What we need to be going back from is we need to try and understand what are the harms that are being caused by the internet, and how do we protect the consumers of the internet from those kind of harms. I think that's how we have a conversation that is very nuanced, that protects human rights, right? That is able to protect human rights, but also is able to provide regulation into an industry that, quite frankly, has been allowed to run amok. Secondly, I think my second dream scenario would be basically breaking up the big tech companies. I think they have had an unprecedented era of domination where they have made trillions of dollars, and they have stifled competition and basically held captive the ideas of an entire industry. And we need to stop. We need to basically imagine a world where Facebook is not the internet. A world where Twitter is not the internet and does not have as much influence as it has. There's a very big movement to try and decentralize the internet from many of these big companies, so that there's diversity of experience on the internet as it was before, the advent of many of what we have now come to call big tech, right? Because then we will be able to have a new, a diversity of ideas that is not necessarily dominated by, or that is not necessarily dominated by a bunch of people in Silicon Valley. And, we will be able to have, fresh, basically fresh thoughts and fresh attempts at, trying to design what social media landscapes are able to look at, that take into consideration the context of the people, or rather of people like us, black and brown people, who do also very clearly inhabit these kind of spaces. So those are my two dream scenarios.
Great, thank you so much for sharing that, Odanga. It was very insightful. So just a quick reminder now before we navigate into our debate. We invite you to answer and give your recommendations on tackling disinformation while promoting human rights. So you can include your input via Slido. Again, you will be prompted on the app with a question. And also for the online participants on Zoom, you can also do that through the chat box. That's also an option for you. So as we do that, I'd like to open the floor to the audience to share your questions, comments, and/or specific recommendations towards the topic of this discussion. We want to hear from as many people as possible, so please do keep your responses to 30 seconds maximum. May I also remind you to please state your name, where you come from, and if your question is targeted towards any speaker, please also mention that. Thank you.
Yes. I am Dr. Mohammed Saleh Mohammed Yassin. I came from the University of Lille in France. Originally, I am from Sudan, and at the same time, I'm Italian citizen. So I'm joining the unity between the African Union and the European Union, so representing 82 countries currently while I am here. I'm glad about these hubs, and I think it will have huge impact as long as it will be mushrooming to include all the territories of the Africa, and maybe create this dreamed future for our generation and the young generation as such. This is crucial, and it will accelerate the development, because now the pace of development which is going is very slow. And as long as we digitalize things will be accelerated. So from your experiences, what are the maybe ideal accelerators which can replicate or maybe increase the number of hubs to include all the African territories, and in what are the best way to go forward in order to make this digital future as inclusive as possible. Thank you.
My name is Makbul. I come from a civil society in Ethiopia. My question, I will reflect first on the presentation, especially media literacy for children is a great intervention for misinformation, but its impact is like planting a tree. So it takes a time in the process. But our world, especially for the past some years, and a lot of some kind of nationalist leaders are growing from both west, east, and even south and north. So there are different nationalist leaders, and those nationalist leaders are weaponizing misinformation to create a mistrust between different groups, so that within that chaos they can sustain their power and their interest. So as an immediate solution for the coming few years, what will be the solution? If you reflect on this, any of the panelists will be my interest. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, hello, my name is Tim, I'm from Russia, and first I want to remark that we in Russia strongly support the idea of big tech regulation by the government or either civil society, but we see the same, that platforms, the global IT corporations need regulation because they have to take responsibility for what they are doing and how they're making money. Second, I wanted to deliver you a remark about our own experience on fighting disinformation. And I should say that actually we have a big experience, especially recently, and we have come to the idea, not maybe idea, but an answer that actually content restrictions and removing of misinformation or fakes is not simply effective, as long as if you remove one, the 10 will arise. So that our best practice for fighting misinformation, disinformation, and fakes is to deliver verified information as wide as possible, maybe somewhere targeted, maybe somewhere very wide, and in some easy, consumable way for people. That is our recipe. And we are willing to share our experience with anybody who is interested in fighting disinformation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tesfai Noai from Ethiopia, from the judiciary. And thank you for your presentations and insights. How we need to tackle misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech in line with the protection of the fundamental human rights. I think uh, it is important to have a discussion on vexing on critical issues. Like there needs to be a national dialogue by the elites on the very critical issues that divide societies. Because the elites are the one who fabricates, who prop up disinformations, who prop up hate speech. Therefore, there needs to be a forum in which elites who can discuss, there needs to be a platform that elites can discuss what is their difference. Maybe when you go to the deep of their divisions, it's not a real division. It is for the sake of galvanizing the societies. Then they throw up different negative and disinformation. Therefore, I think having this national dialogue, having a discussions between different elites is very important. The second thing is that there should be a law which should be in line with the international human rights standards, like with the freedom of expressions. If there is a law which is against international standards, then it affects the freedom of expressions. Here in Ethiopia, we have hate speech and disinformation proclamations, and we need to be sure that when that law is going to be enacted, it should be in line with the international standards. That's the first thing. The second one is the law enforcement organs, the courts, the judiciaries should interpret that law as per the international human rights standards. By doing so, the law enforcement organs, in the guise of implementing that law, will not affect the human rights standards. Therefore, implementing that law, enacting that law as per the international standard is also another thing. The third thing is that there should be a responsible usage of internet by the general public. Therefore, there needs to be an awareness creation mechanisms for the use, for the vulnerable group, for those who don't get enough access how to use the internet. If they have been simply using the internet, social medias, which propagates negative thoughts, which propagate disinformations, then they simply succumbed to that idea and they took it as a truth, as a real thing, then they could create havoc to the community. Therefore, I think empowering is also very important. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your question. I think we received some interesting insights and remarks, but I just want to give our speakers a chance to respond and then we can continue the dialogue. Okay, there's one more question from the audience.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Iljan Kapyshev. I am a director of Digital Paradigm Public Foundation from Kazakhstan. Well, we had, shut down in January, and our Ministry of Information and Social Development blocked so many websites by disinformation, and they can't communicate with social websites and messengers. And I heard that in Nigeria, in 2021, Nigerian government blocked the Twitter, and in January 2022, Twitter and Nigerian government made an agreement, and Twitter should open their own office and register a company, appoint a representative, pay taxes, and register Nigeria on portal for direct communications between government officials and Twitter to manage prohibited content that violates the rules of the Twitter community. So I want to say we had this draft law to register a company in Kazakhstan to make a communication between government and the social websites. You did it, but we did not. And I would ask government Nigerian government can use their legal method to control content in Twitter or other social websites. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your question. Odanga, I'd like to give the floor to you if you want to respond to some of the questions that have been made.
Yeah, I think I can respond to some of the remarks and questions that have been made. So I think from some of the comments that I've seen, around, your concerns around, what does, very primary exposure to, social media being your main exposure to the internet, the kind of effects that it can have. I think someone asked the question of how do we replicate this to make it more inclusive? And then I think we also talked about, again, the issue of, media literacy and the limits that it can have. You see, all of these, again, tie back to some of the big problems that we are currently seeing on the internet, which is that the internet right now is incredibly centralized amongst some very, very big companies that dominate what your experience on the internet is likely to be. And that is likely to have a lot of effects in terms of how people use the internet, right? In terms of how we even decide to tackle misinformation and disinformation. I think the saddest part about even how we talk about this issue is that, these topics are largely framed by some of these very companies that end up propagating this misinformation. But there are very many different types of information disorder out there. But because of the sheer dominance of these companies, we end up with a problem. We end up with some of the problems that all of you have highlighted. So thinking about what decentralization of the internet looks like is a very big part and has to be a very important part of the advocacy that any of you do. It's very important to actually, think about what does the internet look like away from some of these platforms. And not in a forceful way, but in a way that, is able to actually provide a nutritious experience in terms of using the internet. It's almost, information diets are the same as nutritional diets. If you eat one thing, you're going to end up malnourishing yourself in a certain way. The same thing actually is the case with a lot of the platforms that we're using. And that's why they've become incredibly problematic.
Thank you so much, Odanga. And now I'd also like to give the chance for Charlotte, if you'd like to address some of the remarks and questions that have been made so far.
Yes, thank you. Thanks so much. I found it really fascinating to hear all these various perspectives, because to me it really shows that the challenges are so context dependent, and it'll be really hard to find a one-size-fits-all solution. But I want to build on the comment and question that our colleague from the civil society organization in Ethiopia made about the limits of media literacy training and education. And I really like this picture that you painted about planting a seed, and I very much agree with it. I think it's definitely, this panel, I think, really illustrates that we need several approaches to solving this problem, and they need to go hand in hand. I do think that planting the seed also can have quite an immediate effect, in the sense that, so for example, very practically, if our journalists speak to kids in the classroom, from the feedback we get, we realize that they say, okay, and going forward, I want to be a little bit more cautious about what information I'm passing on. I want to be a detective a little bit myself. I want to check information a little bit more. So while I'll agree that we're planting a seed and it'll take time to grow, I think we can have some immediate effects, at least when it comes to the spreading of disinformation. And I just want to emphasize, I think we all agree that disinformation is not a new phenomenon. It has existed for a very, very long time, but of course now the means are very different by how it spreads. And the problem, of course, we talk about school kids, but they are not the only age group that need media literacy education. And so I would welcome to see many more initiatives taking this on also for age groups that we're not covering. But I think in the meantime, there are things while the tree grows, like supporting quality journalism that are really indispensable to help us kind of bridge this gap until the tree is fully up and standing.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. And now I'd also like to ask Simona to respond to some of the questions and remarks.
Okay, thank you, Eden. I will go for the first question where Odonga have said very, very much about. I think I don't have much to add, but I just wanted to bring out the fact of access to infrastructure, media infrastructure, as in all levels, as one of the ways to make it as inclusive as possible. Yes, because most of the time, when we talk about the measures to tackle this these the populations of rural area, I will talk about that, are almost always left behind. We consider people who have access to the media, to mainstream media, and maybe social media, but we generally don't consider those who don't even have access to those media and information means, but they are still exposed to disinformation. They are just victims of disinformation. So if making it as inclusive as possible, considering the rural population, would be taking into account the way in which they too access to information. If we cannot expand media infrastructure to their level when we are doing sensitization or raising awareness on disinformation, we can at least make sure that they access that information in the way that they are informed in their places, like going through community radios, community means of access to information, even from mouth to ears, like sometimes they do, because that is the main way how they are exposed to this information. People will just hear about it and then spread with their mouth, and it reaches that population that have no way to verify information, or the information will be flagged as fake, but they will not even know that information they are believing in has already been flagged as fake. So that is the part of inclusivity that I can bring in. The other question was about weaponizing disinformation. I'm not sure I'm not sure I hear it. I got it very well. What I got from it was how do we do with the government's weaponizing disinformation, right? Well, what we've found so far is that weaponizing disinformations, they are able to do that because they have already set the bullets. The disinformation is like the weapon, and the bullets are right behind, and the bullets are into regulations. The bullets are into the gaps that exist, either into regulations, either into the, I was talking about mechanisms of access to information. When the government have not set that mechanism, when the government have enacted a law that is not clear, or that have many gaps, a law that has many gaps on the definition of disinformation, it is very easy for the government to use that law to use that law against population, against freedom of expression, against dissenting voices, against criticizing voices. So I don't know if I if I point out to your concern, but that is the way how we see it from what we've done so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simone. I'll just turn to our online audience now, but first I'll share some recommendations that have been added so far for jointly tackling disinformation whilst promoting human rights. So the first one is address anonymity on social media, allowing for the identification of people and organizations that spread disinformation. Empowering people to check their sources, bringing people together, multi-stakeholder actors from different industries to address the issue through dialogue, and stopping the business model which is benefiting from disinformation. I think this has also been echoed by Odanga, and stronger laws that could find common ground on an international level. So now we'll just take two questions from our online audience. So the first one is, what could be done if the global digital platforms refuse to cooperate with law enforcement of other countries regarding illegal and harmful content like incitement to violence, organized disinformation campaigns, hate crimes on their platforms, or refuse to establish an official representation in their countries? And in this situation, what would be the responsibility of states regarding the bad behaviors and non-cooperation of their respective platforms, work under their jurisdiction regarding the content that undermines the security, stability, and public order of these other countries, or content that harms the lives, health, and rights of users? So that's quite a packed question. But if the speakers have anything to respond to that, and also closing remarks would be great. Thank you.
Okay. I think I can respond to that. Well, it's such a loaded question. Could you read maybe the first? Because I think it needs multiple answers.
Yeah, I'll read the first one quickly again. So what could be done if the global digital platforms refuse to cooperate with law enforcement regarding illegal and harmful content, like incitement to violence, organized disinformation campaigns, hate crimes, or they refuse to establish an official representation in some countries?
Okay, so those are two separate things. So on the case of harmful content on their platforms, they actually do tend to comply. I'm actually yet to see a case whereby a platform has completely refused to take down a piece of content that has been identified by multiple people to be problematic, harmful, and against the law, and they've actually refused to take it down. I mean, Kanye West was just suspended from Twitter again today. I don't know if anyone else is following that news, but that's just one example. I think in the cases whereby they are requested to take down something that is clearly in violation of certain rules and laws, and it has been identified and there is pressure to take that down, it does go down. Okay, now in the case of putting in representatives within certain jurisdictions, we must be able to ask, why are they being asked to put in certain representatives within those jurisdictions? Within the EU, I know that the DSA is going to mandate that a lot of I think that there will be some form of representation. I think, if I'm not wrong, I hope maybe someone can fact check me on that, but I do know that representation will be required within the EU, right, for platforms that surpass a certain number of users. But, it depends on why are they being asked to do that. Some countries ask that representatives are within their regions for authoritarian purposes. In Brazil, we have seen several times where employees of social media companies have been arrested. Same thing in India. And that also poses a kind of threat to the individuals that do actually end up taking those jobs. So it's very important to ask why. Now, in the case whereby they do refuse and they deem that the reasons they've been asked to put in a representation within those countries is not valid enough for them, they exit. Yeah, they just say, you know what, we're not going to offer, we're a business after all, right? We're not going to put our people in danger, or we're not willing to comply with this. It's a free market. They just pull out. Yeah, and let anyone else take over the mantle. So, and it has happened before. by the way. It has happened before. It happened in Australia a few years back when they literally said, we're not going to comply with any of your laws, we're out. And, they had to come to the negotiating table. So those are now, some of the nuances that we have to consider when it comes to such questions.
Thank you so much, Odanga, for that. So due to time constraints, we're going to have to wrap up the discussion now. And I wouldn't do that, of course, without firstly thanking our audience, both online and offline, for taking part in this important conversation and by sharing your individual voices and unique perspectives. And of course, secondly, our remarkable speakers, Simone, Odanga, and Charlotte, for your input and really embodying the multi-stakeholder dialogue that is deeply rooted within the framework of this topic. On behalf of the African Union, European Union Digital for Development Hub, I thank you all for your participation today. Thank you.
you for joining our Digital Rights Learning Exchange Town Hall session. And my name is Ufa Made. I'm the co-founder and global lead of Digital Grassroots. I am going to be moderating this session today, and in time I would let all of our amazing speakers here introduce themselves. The essence of this session is to highlight the challenges encountered by digital rights advocates in safeguarding human rights and democratic values of freely exercising their citizenship in the digital space and beyond it. We are basically going to outline a program that we held this year. We had 2 cohorts of this program, and the essence of this program was to enable activists from underrepresented communities to critically think about the digital rights issues that they faced in their communities and how they are going to go about carrying out advocacy around those issues. So thank you very much everyone for joining. To start with, I'm going to pass on to Sarah from NDI to talk a bit about the DRLX program and NDI's participation in the program. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks Ufa. So my name is Sarah Moulton. I'm the Deputy Director for Democracy and Technology at the National Democratic Institute, based in Washington, D.C. We have offices in about 50 different countries around the world, and we are focusing on strengthening the democratic and political process with governments, civil society, political actors around the world. And for the last several years, our team has been involved with an initiative called the Open Internet for Democracy Initiative, in which we are working with digital rights activists around the world to strengthen their ability to push back against anti-democratic actions that threaten the online space and threaten human rights. And for the last several years, we've been running something called the Open Internet Leaders Program, together with my colleagues from the Center for International Private Enterprise and the Center for International Media Assistance. And this has been our kind of flagship effort to support emerging digital rights activists, to help them do advocacy projects in their local context, and to help strengthen their advocacy skills through a year-long fellowship program. The challenge with this particular initiative is that we get so many excellent applicants from all backgrounds and want to do something to support them all, but can't. We only select 6 each year, so it's a very small group, and wanted to find another way to engage so many of these applicants, and there was clearly an appetite for learning, being part of this digital rights movement and being able to work on these issues. But we couldn't do it, and so we've been looking for an opportunity to support these emerging activists who maybe not quite had the opportunity to really be part of the more well-known or established leadership fellowship programs. So we, luckily, through some funding from the Mott Foundation, were able to partner with Digital Grassroots, put together and support and kind of an existing course structure that they already had, and make a curriculum that revolved, in large part around a Open Internet for Democracy advocacy playbook that we have. You can find it at openinternet.global. But that playbook is really designed to give kind of basic foundation for steps that you as a digital rights activist can keep in mind as you're beginning your digital rights advocacy journey. So that may include basic lessons like stakeholder mapping, how to develop a communication strategy, keeping yourself safe online, how do you evaluate the success of your campaign. But it's really a lot of kind of foundational lessons that are hard to get if you're new to the space and you don't know where to start. What are the best ways to do that? So together with Digital Grassroots, we are able to support these 2 different cohorts, which I can let them speak more about in detail, But our motivation for that, like again, for the whole program, was really that there are so many dynamic individuals who really want to get started in the space, but don't have the foundational skills to really take part in the more established programs out there. And so how do we get them? How do we get them to that place? So that was our motivation for supporting Digital Grassroots to work together on this initiative. And hopefully there'll be more opportunities in the future.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that excellent overview. I'm also going to pass the microphone now to Fatu. Fatu will introduce herself more, but a bit of an overview. Fatu was one of the participants of the DR Alex program in cohort 2. So she's going to share her insights, highlights of the program, and what participation in that program meant for her. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, thank you very much, Ufa, and the Digital Grassroots and also the Democracy Internet Leader for organizing the Internet Learning, Digital Right Learning Exchange Program, where a lot of Internet activists and fellows also applied, and I was part of the 20% selected for the program. So the program was very interesting, and we have learned a lot on digital rights, how to start a project, what you should do, and also to make it like something very interactive when everyone will give their insights, not just to come and write your projects and just start. Like, if you want to solve problem, you have to solve it by the roots, not only to do it at your own, but you have to interact with the people that are facing the problem. And that's what they teach us during the whole program, and also after starting your project, how to monitor it, how to do the evaluation. Like, it's not like just starting your project and after there is no follow-up, but they teach us a lot of skills and also how to do it. It's not like something like a lot of program. I participated on a lot of program, but this one was very interesting. And also the timeline was around 6 weeks. It was not too long, and during the 6 weeks we learned a lot. So I just have to tell you thank you very much for organizing this program. And I hope that in the next few years, instead of selecting only 20 people, you will increase it, so more African people and also other people from the other continent also can participate on this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatu. And yes, we do understand that there will be a lack of capacity sometimes to do more, but now at least we have the blueprint, so we're currently discussing how we can make the program more open and more inclusive to accommodate more people. Thank you very much once again, Fatu. I'm going to pass on to Esther now to talk about how the program outcome, what the program outcomes were, and the impact, the results, the resources that were used in delivering this program to our community. Esther was part of our core team in delivering this program, so of course she'll be talking from a very informed perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ufa. And thank you everyone for coming, and those joining online and in person. We're very excited to have you here, and we know it's the last day of the IGF, so it's like if you come to a session, you're really, really amazing, so thank you. I'll just say that this year we hosted the Digital Rights Learning Exchange, and the amazing thing is that we did it remotely. We were able to reach 40 digital rights advocates who were able to participate in our program. So we first opened the call for application, and as Sarah shared, we wanted it to be reflective of their communities. Even when they're getting information from the playbook, we wanted them to be able to adapt it to their own work. So when we opened the call for application, we recruited the first cohort, and through that 4 weeks of training, they were able to learn digital rights advocacy tools that they could use for their own communities and the work that they're doing. The unique aspect of this learning part was that they had to practically learn how to engage in digital rights. And they had to do it by collaborating with other young people and other advocates in their program. So that meant that they had to learn to engage with people they did not know, people they may not necessarily agree with, and we had some standout projects that came out of that, and which was presented at a finale event. So we were able to have specific topics like internet shutdowns, hate speech, privacy and surveillance, and also accessibility. Those were the topics we were working with. And after the 4 weeks of learning, and the final 2 weeks was focused on practical ways of monitoring and evaluation, and also staying safe online, and how they can take care of themselves psychologically and also in terms of digital security. So this was a very holistic program in the way that even as they were learning to take care of themselves, they were matched with industry experts who they could talk with in their own sessions, small group sessions, and learn about how they could apply what they have learned in the program. So after the first cohort, we realized that there was still an appetite, and there is a big gap that we had to fill. So we had to do another second cohort with some of the participants who had applied earlier, and we found that the response was really positive in both cohorts. And the most appealing part was working with other advocates from different regions and learning from each other, like a cross-pollination of ideas, and collaborating to build a hypothetical digital rights campaign at the end of it. So it was very practical, very hands-on, but also a good way to build community and network with other people in the region who are working on the same issues. Because what we found was there were personal stories with the digital rights advocates, whether it be harassment online, or if they'd lost one of their family members who are digital rights advocates. So it was a really heartfelt engagement and building of solidarity between digital rights advocates who otherwise would not have had that opportunity to engage. So that was what was the core essence of our program, and I'll just summarize it. The core components of the program was a remote learning, and then there was community engagement between the cohort participants, and then there was the mentorship, and then presenting their final digital rights campaigns, which were hypothetical, and that we hope that in the future we'll be able to collaborate with others to fund that those projects that come out of programs like this, because they are really tackling core issues and doing it from a local context, and trying to build these digital rights advocates to bridge what is happening at the grassroots level and also at the high level, so that there is that knowledge exchange, so that we can create a more open and democratic internet for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. That was amazing. At this point, I'm going to open up the mic for questions, comments, suggestions about the program. We understand that we are probably talking about this from an organizer's perspective, but we really want to hear comments, opinions, questions about the program, its impact. We would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, we have two hands raised. Sorry, we'll take one first. And we're also watching the online chat, so if there's anything, let us know.
Hi there, my name is Morgan Frost from the Center for International Private Enterprise. Thank you so much for organizing this session, and it was really great to hear more about the program. Esther, I just wanted to follow up on something that you mentioned around lessons learned and sharing different experiences. You mentioned harassment online, but I was also wondering if you could maybe expand upon what were some of the commonalities across the different participants. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, it was really good to have, in our second cohort, we had 7 countries, and in the first cohort, we had over 10 countries, so from the Africa region. So it was really interesting to see what the commonalities are, and part of that was the groups that came out of it. There were groups on topics such as hate speech, internet shutdowns, and privacy and surveillance and accessibility, and those are core issues that are affecting those regions. And something that was very critical was how they were able to collaborate and create one project as a group, even if they were from different contexts. A standout was a group where we had an Ethiopian, a South African, a Cameroonian, and a Kenyan, and they created a hypothetical digital rights advocacy project on the shutdowns in Tigray here. So it's really thinking about how, as a continent, we do have our own problems, but that there is a place to create a common digital rights advocacy to respond to that. And I thought it was just very amazing. And I recommend everyone to read the report we have on that specifically. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that, Esther. If I could just add a bit more, another commonality that we noticed was in the participants deciding what issues they wanted to work on. So the structure of the program was that as organizers, we provided thematic themes that we could support and encourage the participants to, after introducing what these themes were to them, encourage them to select the one that they would love to work on. And it was always interesting to see what issues the participants wanted to work on, and in each cohort, which theme would be the most popular. Access and affordability was always the group with the most participants. In the first cohort, we noticed that hate speech was popular and internet shutdown was not. Fast forward to 4 months after, hate speech was no longer popular, but internet shutdown was now popular. So that was something very interesting. Thank you very much. I know we have another question in the back. Can we please take that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Anton from SafeNet, stand for Southeast Asia Freedom of Expression Network. We are a digital rights organization based in Indonesia. We started in 2013 as working for freedom of expression merely, but then since 2018 we expanding our program to be more in digital rights, including freedom of expression, access to the internet, and also digital digital security. So that's as a short introduction. I have 4 questions. Thanks. I'm really happy that I'm here and I can listen your great story about your program. I have 3 actually. First, I want to know more about how you keep the sustainability of the program, including with the participant after the program. It's not from the organizer, but also maybe from NDI. And then, is there any success story that you feel proud about from the program? And the last one is there any possibility to expand this program to Southeast Asia region so we can collaborate more in the future? Thank you.
Thanks, Anton. Big fan of your organization as well. So I know we've worked with you in the past as NDI. So, you know, the sustainability is a great question because we know that, you know, as us as NDI, we only have enough funding for certain cohorts or we can only go so far. So we tried to kind of build in the relationship development aspect within the program so that the participants were interacting with each other and developing relationships with each other through these group project efforts. And because we really believe strongly in the power of networks, and especially across cohorts, across sector and geographies, those relationships are going to kind of help sustain that work. If you know that you can reach out to somebody for a particular problem, or if they've already been through this with you. So knowing that we couldn't necessarily sustain, can continue to fund their projects, that was one aspect of it. Although I will say that, anyone that has participated in this program, I'm sure will be permanently part of both the digital grassroots and the NDI families. So whether they want to be or not, they will be hearing from us and, being part of that network of grassroots digital rights leaders that are part of that. So at least on that side of it, we would love, hope to find ways to engage in the future, but we did want to build in that component of networking. And just to add on to that piece, the mentorship program was also a key component that we wanted to include in this, because that would allow the individual participants to also meet and interact with a mentor who is advising them on their projects, which again we hope is more than just a one-off relationship, but somebody that they can go and ask questions to, or at least they've met and can interact with in the future. So we're hoping for that. And ideally, yes, would love to do something in Southeast Asia as soon as we find funding for such a program, or we do an adaptation there. But this is a model that we liked, and I think we learned a lot from the first cohort to the second, and there would be more learning in the future. Every context is different, but I think for us, we were really excited about the format we had.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that. And as you were speaking, I just remembered that our programs are completely free, so all participants did not have to pay anything to attend. And thanks to the funding for the project, we were able to give a connectivity stipend, because that allows for digital rights advocates to engage without having to make the cost, because it's very, in some spaces we don't, or we take for granted that people can join, because there are a lot of issues that stop people from engaging, such as access or, for example, instability. And that just makes me think of the success stories. There are quite a few, but I'll just mention two. There's one for which one of our participants is from Haiti, and during the course of the program there was instability, and there's still instability there, and it was just quite profound to see how his group members were able to engage and support his participation and create solidarity during that time, even though there were challenges with the participation of the participant to join the course, that we made it available and flexible for them to still be part of it, to gain support from other participants during a very difficult time in their country. Another success story, that is a success story from the second cohort. The first cohort, there was one participant who did not know about the open internet principles. And after the course, 2 months later, they messaged us and said, I didn't know about this information, but because of the information I learned from the program, I was able to get a very competitive scholarship to study at a master's level. So it's very transformative for this person's life. And just also to see, we have currently at this IGF 2 digital rights learning exchange participants, to see that they're able to come and contribute their voice here. I think that's really a great success story. And we are always happy to collaborate and share what we're learning. And as we're planning to do is to make, adapt the program so that it's easier to adapt it, and it will be accessible online, hopefully next year, fingers crossed. So thank you for those amazing questions. And back to Sarah, yeah.
Yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't actually talk about the biggest success story of all of this, is that Esther was one of our open internet leaders from a couple of years ago, and as part of her project with Digital Grassroots, did an iteration of a course on an adaptation of our advocacy playbook. In that course, we also had a participant from Venezuela who successfully completed the course that she did as part of her project. That person, David, went on to apply to the Open Internet Leaders Program, the one that is administered by NDI, SIPE, and CIMA, and became an Open Internet Leader. And then he has gone on to do many other things, many fellowships, and has become very successful in the space. And so the fact then that we ultimately were able to, when we had, as NDI, additional funding, because of the success of the course that Digital Grassroots had run, we're able to build off of that and work together as partners in doing this next second round. So all of these have kind of built off of each other, and then we've had other former open internet leaders serve as mentors to this, the DRILX, as I call it, Digital Rights Learning Exchange Program. So we're trying to feed, people back into it, giving back to the program, and those sort of, it just kind of builds off of each course that we do. Participants come back and participate, or they join other, fellowship programs that we're affiliated with. So to me, that's really been a success, is to seeing how that network has interacted and grown and interacted with each other.
Thanks for that. I totally forgot some of those success stories. I'm like, yeah, I am the success story. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ufa. I don't know if there are people online.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Before we go into our next steps and closing, I just want to ask if there are any other questions online or in person as a whole. Questions, comments, opinions, feedback? Oh, we have one. Yes, please, go ahead. Can we get the microphone, please?
Thank you, Morgan Frost, again from SIPE. I just had a follow-up question, maybe for implementers who are looking at developing training content on digital rights, for instance. What were some of the key aspects of the course that you found most useful that we should be aware of? Thanks.
Thanks for that question, and we're always happy to share. So our reports have all the details, but what I found to be really impactful was really the cohesion. From the beginning, our work was adapted to what the community needs. When you're creating a curriculum, you have to do it in community and in consideration of what the participants need. So even the curriculum itself has to be responsive. And as Ufa mentioned, the group work was done and chosen by the participants themselves. So we were very democratic in that process and giving trust, actually, to the conveners, and I really appreciate NDI and Open Internet for Democracy Initiative for really trusting us to do this content and deliver this program successfully. To have that level of completion rate in a remote program is really a testament to itself, and these are amazing people who are doing amazing work in their communities. Another thing is also to just ensure that you're also aware that people are giving their time even when they're coming in the program, and not everyone comes from the same place. So providing connectivity stipends, providing mentorship, and also providing flexibility for those who may be facing issues in their countries. I also want to emphasize on the human aspects. Digital rights is very personal. It's a human expression online, and I think what many programs lack is that personal interaction, treat people with respect and dignity, and recognize that people have faced difficulties in that space and they're not just taking it like any other program. So those are some of my experiences that I can share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. And also to add more to that, something that we noticed in developing the curriculum was that the essence of the course was to enable these participants to critically think through the digital rights issues that they were working on. So it was very important for us to put in activities that would enable them to do this. Every week for each module for 6 weeks, they were able to receive some sort of assignment that would enable them actually really think through these issues and document it. Being able to properly describe something and write it in a few words, half a page or 1 page, shows that you have actually reflected on what you are writing. You have probably done research about it, and you're able to put this in a coherent way that would make sense to anyone. So apart from just delivering the content, apart from just developing content that was made for an online learning environment, there was also the learning aspect of enabling the participants to reflect on their own issues and create some sort of content about this. This was very important. And then after they had done that, we had the chance to provide feedback. You would realize how they are thinking about the issues, give them some sort of steering in that direction, and basically tell them how to think about it if they are not thinking about it clearly. So content generation with regards to digital rights shouldn't be only top-down. It should be inclusive of the people that are consuming the content as well. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to add about that. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have a hand raised. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniel O'Malley. I'm the Senior Digital Governance Specialist at the Center for International Media Assistance. And one of the questions I have for you in this is, in our work, what we find is we work a lot with journalists and news organizations, and often it is the case that some kind of digital rights violation or issue will, their content will be taken down, or their site will face a DDoS attack, and that's what will be the entry point. They hadn't thought about digital rights before, it's until it impacts them personally. It goes to what you said. Digital rights is often about a very personal experience. And I was just wondering if anyone in your groups come from that kind of a journalistic background, and if so, what has that been like for them, and what have you learned in that experience and exchange?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just going to narrate one experience from one of our participants. During one of our online meetings, they shared that they had been cyber-bullied and cyber-stalked online. It was a very traumatizing experience for them, and that was their entry point to thinking about the digital rights issues and how they can be a part of it. And another participant wasn't just looking at it from the aspect of an entry point. It was something that was like a rippling effect to their advocacy. They had created a nice social media page for advocacy, but they realized how that could easily turn into making them some sort of target for trolls online and things like that. So from trying to do online advocacy already, they started realizing instances where it can go very dark very fast. And a final instance I would like to point out is something that Esther had probably already mentioned about a participant who was facing very terrible democratic situations in their country and was not able to participate by just the virtue of even being able to connect to the internet and join the meetings and things like that. That was very traumatic for them, and they had to send a very detailed email to us to say that even a pathway for me to learn how to do digital rights advocacy is blocked by digital rights abuses. So yeah, that was it.
Yeah, and really coming to the personal stories, like one of the participants come from a family of digital rights advocates, and they lost their brother in that process. So it's really, when you have that program like that, you know that these are real lives happening and there are real consequences. So what we also found in that same vein was that the intersection of the digital and other topics like digital and someone working on gender, we found that there were some participants who wanted to use the internet and for their own project, maybe on gender equality or LGBTQI rights, and or even just to share their personal story on feminism. And there is a very violent pushback online on those topics, and personal stories are weaponized against women, girls, LGBTQI people, and those who are on the margins. So just creating this safe space for everyone to meet and learn that, oh, we have these tools available and we can create this community of solidarity was very important for us.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, I'm just going to ask if there are any questions from our online participants.
We actually have two questions from participants following us our live stream. So the first question is from Leah.
Thank you, Hannah, for that and for online moderation. We appreciate you. So in terms of how the groups are created, participants in the first 2 weeks come on the program and try to understand like what is happening. They take the curriculum, and then after the second week we ask them what topics stand out to you the most, and they go in breakout rooms, and that's how they form their groups by themselves. We don't control or assign anything not based on countries or gender or anything. So this is all participant-led. And in terms of future iterations, right now, I hope we are planning on hopefully putting it online, the curriculum, but that is also a core funding issue that we are trying to solve. We're looking for organizations that are willing to tap into this work and actually invest in the people that are working on the ground on digital rights, because we all have to start somewhere, and we hope that there can be political will from those who have the money. I'll give Sarah to also answer that.
Yeah, way to put me on the spot. No, just kidding. No, I think it goes back to what we were saying before about trying to, sustainability is hard. Funding cycles are unpredictable, and, we can't always keep everything going. But that's why trying to keep, the networking and the kind of the groups that were built as sustainable as possible through networking and relationship building, and having it be more like, a lot of credit goes to Digital Grassroots for all of the engagement that you had with each participant. It was giving feedback on their assignments and reaching out to them if we hadn't heard from them, and that follow-up and constant communication was really key to keeping participants engaged. It's not easy. It's really hard to do that. And to do that was with the idea of having a cohort that would feel connected long after the course ended, as much as we could. But that's also the fact that we can't always do this as much as we want. Do plan to adapt the curriculum to be online, and that participants, anyone who's interested, could do so in an asynchronous manner. It would not, of course, be the same, but we do believe that this content is really important and that there's clearly an appetite for it. We had a lot of applications for this program. Again, it's kind of like how for us, for the Open Internet Leaders Program, there's clearly a demand and real interest among all of these new, emerging, and excited digital rights activists out there, and I love to meet demand. Unfortunately, we find the funder somewhere. But we're trying, in the ways that we can to keep people together, to connect them, to keep them within our networks, and reach out to them when there's an opportunity to do so as much as possible to do that.
Thank you very much. Can we take the second question, please?
Yeah, sure. So
Okay, so I'm going to take that one. So in this program, we have actually done a lot to support the participants and give them the confidence that they need to excel as digital rights advocates in their own capacity. We do not necessarily try to define what exactly they should work on, because like we have realized, digital rights issues can always be quite personal. But whenever we see participants who do not really understand issues or are backed by an issue that they do not even necessarily know is an issue, like how they may be trying to publish a paper or a policy that may be harmful for them in their own communities, that is when we kind of step in to tell them, okay, no, this is not how you necessarily have to talk about that issue, because it may not necessarily be safe for you, because we know how dictator governments can be quite violent in underrepresented communities and countries. So to answer the question in a nutshell, we do not necessarily define how they should talk to their governments, but we encourage, we support participants that want to do that kind of advocacy to their government. And when we realize that some participants' advocacy efforts can simply spiral out of control in a way that wouldn't be safe for them, then we try to, let me say, educate them on the challenges and opportunities for doing that kind of dicey advocacy. Does anyone want to add?
Yeah, that was a really good question, and I think there are instances where big corporations try to co-opt digital rights movements. So for us as a grassroots organization, our goal is really to teach our participants not what to think or what to do, but how to do it, and to make sure that the principles of an open internet and a democratic internet are foundational to how they apply their knowledge or their opinions, because contexts differ completely, and a very good advantage we have is that we have participants from different countries and we're not focused on a specific issue. So that is a really helpful way for us to just give the tools necessary for the participants also to stay safe in their advocacy, and also things like avoiding burnout and making sure their issue is very specific and to the point. Yeah.
Thank you all very much. Is there any other question on the chat? Comments, inputs, feedback? All right. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining this session. I'm just going to go over the next steps. The first one is to please download the report and share it within your networks. The program report is quite detailed about the mission, objectives, and the issues that the participants worked on. And that way you can get more insights as to how they address these issues and what it means to them. Another thing is to please connect with the digital rights advocates from this program for further collaboration on their internet advocacy community projects. This was, for some of them, this was their first, let me say, entrance into working for a project that helps advocacy in their community. So their feedback, your feedback, would be really, really useful to them. And like it has already been mentioned here, we are currently working and talking about building an asynchronous version of the DRLX course. Stay tuned for that, and we will definitely share more. Just before I close the session, finally, I'm just going to invite anyone here who has any final words to please share. Any final words?
Nothing special other than just really to highlight the value for us of being able to support these emerging activists, and for everyone to look beyond the superstars, so to speak. We often see, you know, particularly at events like these, or RightsCon or other events like this, that you're going to see a lot of those who may already have funding or opportunities or have really made their name already. And I think it's really important for us to try to find those that next generation of leaders, or those who just haven't had the opportunity, because, you know, we are seeing, given the crisis online of trying to put, you know, promote an open and democratic internet, is going to take everybody, not just elites, not just urbanites, but, you know, those new to the space, those across multiple sectors, geographies. You know, we're all in this together. And really trying to help support those new leaders, those who really are excited and passionate but just may not have had the opportunity. So yeah, I hope, Ufa, you've given where to find all of those resources. Okay. I'll make one more plug for openinternet.global. You can also follow us on Twitter at OpenNetGlobal. And yeah, any other plugs you want to give?
Yeah, thank you so much. And yes, our recent blog is on the Digital Rights Learning Exchange, and you can go to www.digitalgrassroots.org. And I just want to say to those listening, or to those who are trying to plan this project, that investing in people is the only way we're going to get a democratic internet. And it has to be done intentionally if it's going to be sustainable. But I also just want to thank those who joined online, and our online moderator for holding the fort online, and those who couldn't make it to the IGF. And also, just to close, Digital Grassroots, our work really is not only for those who are in the tech space. We recognize that our world is becoming digital, and I like to say that the internet is a public utility, so the courses that we do really are for everyone, for us to build a future that is open and democratic. Thank you all for joining us here today as well. I'll just allow Ufa to close.
All right, thank you, everyone. And just to clarify where the program report is, we've put a link to it on the session, on this session description. So if you already have access to the session, there's definitely a link for it there. Thank you very much once again, everyone, for joining. And yes, please reach out to us for anything. Thank you very much.